I should be live now, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna check it out over here. Okay, it's connected from what it says, but I don't see shit. Looks alright. Question is, did it send something on my Twitter saying that I was streaming? I don't think it did. So I'm gonna have to remedy this. How the fuck am I gonna remedy this? Where the fuck are you? Hopefully you are on my channel display. Are you? I don't see it. I don't see you. Where the fuck are you? I was supposed to stream at 10, but I do want to do a run before that happens. If this is showing. Okay, so it is showing. Gonna have to link this. Put it over there. Hey there, Panda, how you doing? Gonna put it. Hopefully it's at a good quality. I need to test it out. Toyed around with a bit of the settings. Okay, yeah, it's not showing up on my Twitter, so I'm gonna have to post that. Where did I post this shit on Twitter? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Then I'm gonna post it. Oh, no. Gonna have to move you to the other side. Why the hell are you over here? Nope. Alright, so that's out of the way. I need to put up the music too. No, that is not what I wanted. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? So that's up. I need to put. Hoping that's popping up on my Twitter. Alright, I see it. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be toying around with that new game mode. I'm gonna make a separate video on that. Just giving my thoughts and opinions about that. Where the okay, hold up. Gonna put. I need something upbeat. Alright. What do you mean it's not working? I want to punch this. How is this not working? Did it die? I'm gonna have to keep tabs on that then. And is that too loud? Actually, is it even... Oh no, I turned it off. Let me just slow it down a bit. But yeah, how are you doing, Panda, if you didn't answer that question yet? No, not that window. Alright, emergency quest is about to pop up. I'm gonna skip this emergency quest. What I'll do is do that game mode that I want to do before it resets. Quickly me. Ultimate quest. can't tell if the quality is alright. I think it might be. Parents is doing well. Just doing research on getting my Phantom gear ready for NA drop. Phantom isn't going to be that... Well, it depends on what you're using. You get to play around with all the different equipment, or are you going to go for a certain weapon? Right now, I am playing on... Where's my fucking swords? What the fuck? Hold up. Why is my equipment all wonky? Where the hell? What the hell happened? I know I had this prepped and ready. Why did I disengage all that? Alright, so if you guys are playing on global, this is a bit of a spoiler. This is a new game mode over here from the Japanese PSO2. Proceed with caution. And it's already hinted at because, like, if I'm streaming Japanese PS2, it's gonna show spoilers. Rifle mostly, as I am currently Ranger main. I like rifle. The two that I like to go on for Phantom is rifle and rod. I am gonna be doing this new game mode with rifle. You'll see me actually complete it compared to last time when I actually run this thing for the first time. I didn't actually complete it. And I want to do this before 10 o'clock rolls around, so we gotta get right into it. But yeah, in terms of... Once again, it's not that hard to use. Some of the augments and affixes you might want aren't in-game yet. I realize I need to get a certain S4 ability. Just because I'm gonna be working or using like my basic attack most of the time. Especially when it comes to my damage. I still need to work with rifle and explore some other ways to deal damage and play with it. Rifle tends to be my easy go-to class, and I'm okay with sort of class. Except right now I'm fucking up a lot. Let me fix that. And then Jerry says rifle on Phantom was surprisingly fun. I really like it. It's like compared to the other two. Now, in all honesty, I have to kind of toy around with Katana again. Katana seems flashy and fun, but I just couldn't get as much damage, or I have to really pay attention to some of the animations. With Rifle, it's not that difficult. It is fun, in my opinion. Rod, it can be fun, but it also depends on how you're playing Rod. Because you can use the photon arts that come along with the Rod. Yet, when it comes to spamming it and just dishing out a lot of damage, like Rod is your go-to. However, you need to customize your techniques, and most of the time when it comes to just using these techniques, you'll be spamming a good chunk of those techniques back to back to back. For Rifle, I could literally swap between all the different, what is it? The photon arts that comes along with it. Actually, they got a special name. What is it? Successor class photon arts. Or it's gonna be Skyon over there in global translations. And I do want to mention some stuff that I'm gonna bring up in my future video talking about like successor classes. But the problem with... It's not really a problem, it's a benefit for you guys, especially if you're playing on global. But the thing is, they're releasing Successor class as well. And with Successor class... I mean, no, excuse me, not Successor. The Étoile class, they're releasing that along with Phantom. A good chunk of people will still play with these two different classes, so it's not bad. However, with Étoile, it's really good to the point where it can be broken and it can be abused because you don't need to work as much with a Twal. It can do a lot of it for you. And in all honesty, I'm fucking dying over here. Let me fix this shit, because I am not supposed to be losing in, you know. Alright, so... Oh god, I really can't... I can't look back and forth. Hold up. Let me try to, Actually, I could. I just need to change my phone orientation that's in front of me. Alright, let me do that. Oh crap, now I can't read. I will say, like, the reason why I'm not saying Phantom is broken, even though it can dish out a good chunk of DPS, is because it does a trade-off where you have to kind of pay attention to stuff. If you don't, then you might die. It is a squishy class. Right now, it doesn't look like I'm in a sticky situation unless I get hit a bunch. And when it comes to you subbing Phantom especially, there's some things that you gotta consider when doing that. But it's not broken to the point where almost any previous classes can be paired up with Phantom. The Twal, you can use almost all the past classes and have that as your sub. And that will help you through ultra hard content. The only thing is, if you plan to use Lifesteal, like if you have a weapon that has Vampiric Strike, you won't actually get the benefit of Vampiric Strike with a Twal. A Twal has a built-in HP regen, so it will nullify your Vampiric Strike. Or any Lifesteal. Hey there, ECU, how you doing? And then Jury says, Rifle feels like the best middle ground of fun for Phantom. To me, Rod is better, but very snoozeville to me. Yeah, don't get me wrong, if I need to be serious, and I need to spam a bunch of damage, then I'll go with Rod for sure. I wouldn't say it makes me go to sleep, but it's not as interesting to me. But that's my opinion. Bill's, I think your name is Bill, I apologize if I'm not reading that right, says, what's the next weapon to farm after Lightstream Trailblazer? Alright, so this ultimately falls on... This falls on how fast Global's getting stuff. I would say the Novel or the Riverlate, aka Liberate. That is your next one. However, with the pace that they're going at, I got a feeling that they'll release Divide soon over there in Global. And Divide will give you the Still and Puros weapon series. They're good, but you need to farm a good chunk of materials. If I had to compare which one is easier to get, I would say the... Riverlate, it's a tad easier compared to, like... Well, it depends. There's a lot of factors you gotta consider. Did you desynthesize a good chunk of resources? With the Liberate weapon, you need to have certain components, especially in terms of mats. Divides, or the Still and Puros, they do require a good chunk of materials as well, but specifically, it's from Divides. Fuck. I don't remember the exact conversion numbers, so I will have to go and check Zig out after this. Kaido says hello. Hey there, Kaido. Damn, that's a that's an old username. How you been doing? I remember you back then. ECU says we are getting literally Liberate for free because noble weapons will be buyable with badges. So they're kind of following the same thing that the Japanese PSO2 did, but a bit early. But when it comes to the Liberate upgrades, they require like decent items, like 14-star materials, and I think a bit of the 15 stars. I think I read all of it. Yeah, I think I caught up to most of the actually, hold up. Toon says, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, hold up. Oh shit, of course you do that, alright. The good thing about Phantom 2, especially if you're not, let's say you're not using Rod, you can still use your techniques on Katana and on Rifle. So it's a hybrid of magic and physical attacks. And I just realized I have like Phantom Time ready. Alright, I need to concentrate a bit, just because I forget that I have Phantom Time on sometimes. Alright, pop this. I might get an A rank since I haven't been on point with my pops with the marks in Phantom Time. Alright, so Toon says made a Japanese account just to play Luster. Play Luster class, so fun. Hope you get it on global soon. Oh, well, I actually completed. Let me see if I missed anything else in chat. Oh, yeah, there's a slight thing that I need to talk about with the mission pass over here in the Japanese PSO2. They're gonna add a particular item that's I have mixed feelings about, but I'll explain that later. Panda says Revelate equals 10 diehard, 400 Planias, 500 X cubes. Okay, that's what I was thinking about, because I didn't remember the exact, or I don't remember the English. You know what? I just woke up, so I apologize if my speech is slur and I'm shit right now. ECU says, yeah, I'm not happy about breaking my 14-star weapons. And then, oh god, Liko? Liko says, so the wand of Etoile, do you affix melee or tech? Let me stare out with the weapon that I have, and I didn't earn anything good from that. It's about to be 10. Alright, so for my wand that I have, I think I put T-Attack. I think that's fine if you put T-Attack or your S-Attack. I'm not 100% sure with wands, because they can do both. As you can see, the stats over here, it's high for both your T-Attack and your S-Attack. Let me just make sure, just by staring at this. So I think it's fine to either fix S-Attack or T-Attack. You just want to focus on one of those two, don't try to do a combination of the two. Unless you want to, I don't know. If I look at... Okay, so you can see that if you stare at the bare stats for wand weapons, they will have an emphasis on both. Why is this one higher? I think this one's higher just because I have some affixes in S-Attack. So if I look at a Talus, you'll see that it doesn't emphasize on that. And then for a Rod, it's more on T-Attack. Granted that it does give a good chunk of S-Attack. Alright, let us go to Zig and let me stare at the upgrade route. Francesco says, what costume is that? This? The costume my character is wearing will be... You guys don't have this over in Global yet. It will come out eventually. This is a PSO2 original scratch item. It's the MFDP... What is this? Let me make sure. But yeah, the baseware is pretty much MFDB Parker Snow. I know this is from PSO2, but I can't remember if it was an actual designer scratch. Okay, so yes, this is a winner's design outfit. I'm not 100% sure on how Global PSO2 goes about it. They did release some old designer outfit. You guys might get it eventually. I'm not 100% sure, though. And if you want the link for it, let me put it up in the chat. And the name might be different too when it comes out. Hey, the NA player here was wondering on how, when NA can get phrase decay. You guys should already have that because that comes with the Fornus weapons. It might be named differently over there, but the Fornus weapon series tend to give that SAF. So if we go over here, go to SAF confirmation. Some of them will have phrase weak, but then there's gonna be another. Wait a second. I might be wrong. Hold up. Or is it the Bastille? Okay, so correction. Bastille gives it. Once you guys get episode 6 and you start doing the new urgent quest that comes out, that comes along with the episode 6 release, you'll get these 13 stars. Might be named differently over there, but they will give you an SAF of phrase decay. Yeah, I had to correct myself. I get those two confused since they're both 13 stars. So you guys will get it upon episode 6 release, unless Global changes that. These weapons did drop when we have episode 6 and when we were doing this emergency quest. But yeah, you guys want to see the emergency quest that you are going to do over there on episode 6? Hey there, Shock. I apologize with my pronunciation. Says, hi Morph, hi chat, how's everyone? I am just chilling with you guys and just chatting about. You know what? Screw it. I'll show you guys the emergency quest that you're getting into. Why can I not go to... No, Shock is S-H-O-C-K. Shock. S-H-A, and then there's a C. Swag does a hi. Hey there, Swag. How you doing? Alright, so you guys want to see it. The question is, can I actually do it? That's Neptunia stuff. Wait, why is it making me play Neptunia stuff? Hopefully that does not give me a fucking copyright. I'm playing a playlist. I might not be picking up a good chunk of stuff just because my fucking storages are bad. I don't think this character storage is bad. Alright, so this is going to be a spoiler. Just a heads up. And I am going to be doing this quest, which is the episode 6 emergency quest. Hopefully, more people will join. If I need to multi-block, I will need to multi-block. I'll just call you Kun because that's at the very end. This is going to be an 8-man party run. It's not as bad, but make sure you have the right equipment when you do this, especially for ultra hard, which is like max rarities. Of course they would start it up. Yuri says, is Formal better than Baron on Luster? I cannot 100% say, Yuri, because I'm not well versed in Luster. I did toy around with it, but I haven't gone through the very specific modes. I would say all of it is good, but if you're going through a specific path in the skill tree, I cannot say. You play Azure Lane? It used to be a phone app game that I played. I also realized when it comes to most phone app games, they don't have a bunch of copyrights on the music, so I'ma use that. I am toying around with Azure Lane a bit, just because there is a DOA. I think it's a DOA. That's in that. Well, shit, I can't speak. Shit. What was my English? Where's my English? There's a collab over there. There's a collab going on. So pretty much, you going to get a bunch of these Lumen mechs on the various ships. You're pretty much having a space battle. You want to kill all the mobs that pop up. There will be 3 different phases. You got this one, you got another one where you infiltrate the enemy ship, and then the last one is either you fighting against a giant, giant crab-like creature, or you actually have an AIS space battle. Kunz's question about Ultra Hard, is the difficulty jump that much as people say? Alright, so I'm gonna give you guys my opinion, and this is just me as an oldie. And not only that, with how Global's running things, it might be difficult. However, there is a way around it, which is why I'm not a big... which is why I'm gonna make a video talk about the successor classes. With both Phantom and Etoile coming out, especially Etoile, it's gonna be easy. Especially with Etoile. Because the skill tree for Etoile is very friendly and it's tanky as fuck. And it's kind of broken. Now, this is ultimately a good thing, but at the same time, I have issues with it because it can cheese a lot of difficult stuff. It does take a bit of skills to do a bunch of stuff, but once again, Etoile has so much perks to it that having it as a sub can allow you to withstand Ultra Hard. You still need basic stuff, or, you know, the general stuff like good equipment and affixes. Not the best affixes, just decent ones. It's just that you guys are getting Etoile as well. I cannot stress how easy Etoile is and how powerful it is because of what it can offer on your skill tree. So, yes, you do want to prep for it, but at the same time, if you really want to go through a lot of difficult stuff, you can just work on Etoile, power level that, get it to max level, and then use that as your main or your sub. Like, some of the Japanese players that are playing over there are those who are aware of this sort of thing. They might capitalize on that, and it's not a huge issue. Once again, ultimately, it's up to you to figure it out. Like, if you're not planning to use Etoile right off the bat, let's say you go with Phantom, there will be some difficulties. Once you get used to Phantom, though, you might be able to get through it. Phantom is good, too, don't get me wrong, but it's not like Etoile. Certain classes might need to sub Phantom, or if you plan to sub Phantom, only certain classes can do that. Phantom does give a good chunk of DPS, but they're also like a glass cannon. They can be squishy and you can die by using this class. Okay, so with this particular quest, every 10 or within the 10 minutes of the 30-minute time span, you'll go to different phases. So right now it's what, 10-10? There's phase 2. So we're gonna go in here. And you can see that we're gonna infiltrate the enemy ship. Now, I feel like I entered it a bit too late or early. You may want to try to spam all these different phases, like Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, so you can accumulate as much points as you can, because that does have a bit of influence to your drop rate, or to the particular drops. Just note that it's still RNG, so you might get some good stuff, you might not. What are good S augments for a Twal? Depends on what weapon you're using. I can show you guys the one that I have for my wand. It is going to show S5 abilities that you guys don't have yet, and a weapon series that you guys will eventually get. But yeah, it depends on what you're doing. Because a 12 will have dual blades, double saber, and wand. DES says about Forest with Phantom is a good subclass. Yes, you can also do Force Etoile, but it's a bit tricky with Force Etoile because Etoile, it has a built-in regen, HP regen. So if you try to heal yourself while using Force Etoile, it's not going to heal properly, just because of Etoile's mechanic. Like, if you want to sub Etoile, here's just a big heads up. You want to avoid using lifesteal, because that will fuck up the lifesteal, and it's going to be a waste. I'll demonstrate this when I get onto Force Etoile. Or, use anything that has lifesteal with Etoile. If I don't do phase 1, do I skip to phase 2, or do I miss the EQ entirely? You don't... that's a good question. I think you'll be able to do phase 1 and 2. Like, if you don't do phase 1, I think you could still do phase 2. But if you don't do either one of those two, I don't think you could do phase 3. Oh yeah, I have not experimented with that. I'm trying to remember if there was that incident. That would have been good to experiment with. That's a good question. That is a good question. I gave you a questionable answer, so I would say just try to get at least one of these. At the same time, once again, this does accumulate points. As you can see below my minimap, there's like interception points. This might influence certain drops. Okay, I'm not paying attention to these runs at all. So we're invading the enemy ship. You get to be split up. They were on our ship for a bit, but then once we got rid of the enemies, we got onto the others. Wait a second. What the hell? Am I still... Why is my map showing that there's no enemy on the other side? Or no party on the other side? Oh wait, no. Okay, so... It's been a while since I actually ran this damn thing. Fuck. There's gonna be two different versions of this. You got the one that I'm doing, and then there's another one where you are split into two different teams. And one group will be on this side, the other group will be on that side. It's gonna be split up evenly if you have a full MPA party. And then, if it comes out this week, doubt it. I'll test it out. No, this quest should come out with episode 6, because this was the default emergency quest that came with it. Like, every release of a new episode, there's that one quest that comes along with it because it was in the trailers. They didn't really have the trailer upon... They didn't have the episode 6 trailer when they released episode 6. The one you're seeing that's being played for global is actually during the release of Luster, and that was excuse me, not Luster, Etoile, and that was halfway through episode 6. So they made that trailer eventually. You can destroy the defenses, it's entirely up to you. It gives you a bit more points. But ultimately you want to kill like all the main mobs and then this guy over here. I hate these guys. I just hate them. You can get used to them. You can block them, evade them, dodge them, read their patterns. I just hate them. I don't know, I just don't like their design. And then Kun says, damn JP got no trailer. Sega was like, here your content. Pretty much. I mean, I guess it was a work in progress. I don't know. I don't know why they didn't have a trailer by the release of episode 6. Or when episode 6 came out. So, another thing I need to point out is this gold prize medal. This is going to be a new currency over there. You can get some goodies at a particular shop. Now, honestly, I was not trying to run this. So I'm not going to try to get as many points. I should. But I'll wait until like the 20-minute market to show you guys the end one. Now, you would want to farm this. Like, don't be like me. You would want to farm this because it has 2 glares that you need to make a glare catalyst. And right now, even over here in the Japanese PSO2, the glare catalyst is the one that's a pain in the butt to do. And if you look at the market, it does stack against you, and it can be costly. So if you're able to farm for it easily, it's not going to be as bad. And always, if you do plan to farm for any augments or fixes, get your friendly pal Monkey King bar. Or over there, it's called something else. I don't even remember the name, the global version of it. But you can get this, I think, from the X-Cube shop. Make sure you fulfill the requirements from Zig. Yeah, and the specific quest from Zig is the Fortunate Omen one. But once again, I don't know if the global translation is the same name. Actually, no, it's a skill trainer, excuse me, not Fortunate Omen, skill trainer. I'm just getting waiting to camp shit so I don't lag as much. There's a lot of people in 13. Okay, so that's the name. Thank you, Dan. Or Namsuit. Namsuit. And then Kun says, yeah, okay, so you guys are giving me the global name. I'm confused with that one. I actually had to type that up in Google. I was like, is that the actual translation for Monkey King bar? And then ECU says, and it sucks not being able to do Mana Reverie Etherso. Mana Rev Etherso and. No, wait, fuck. Mana Rev Ethifactor and Astro So on units, because no receptors. You guys can easily skip that and go for, once again, like something of my formula that I have with Guardian So. But then again, if you got the pop items, you can easily pop it and ascend it. The only problem is the ability transfer passes you will need. So right now I'm going into phase 3 for this emergency quest. I'm going to do it in same block. There will be 2 different versions of it, and you can immediately tell once you get off of the camp ship which version you are doing. If you see AIS, then you're going to have your AIS space battle. If you don't see AIS, you're going to be fighting against Dominius, which is a giant fortress beetle thing. Hooker, I don't know. And guess what? We're fighting against Dominius. Out of the 2 stages, the AIS one is pretty straightforward and easy, and you don't need to worry about your equipment as much. Once again, you might want to have a Monkey King bar, or that global variant, so you can increase your chances. It is still RNG, but it's better than not having a slight boost in your chances. This one's a bit fun though, because you are physically fighting against this thing. And it does count your equipment and stuff. So, once again, you don't have full control of it. It is RNG. But, once again, you'll want to get these glares. And this will be the expensive one compared to like some other ones. Like Metra, Varuna, Shiva, Origin. Those are easy to get. This particular glare is a pain in the butt because RNG. And the quest in itself over here in the Japanese PSO2 is a bit rare. And farming for these guys is not easy to access. You have to go through these emergency quests. Now, there was a seasonal emergency quest with the other guy. And you can get his glare from that, but it's long gone. Shit, fucking shield. So when it comes to the beginning phase, you want to try to avoid his shield and hit him a bit. Bebop Gaming says, "What's up, Morph? Hope you are doing well." Hey there, Bebop. How you doing? And then Kun says, alright. You will be able to use the AIS, but it's not throughout the entire quest. The other boss, you can use the AIS for the entire phase. This one, you cannot. Yeah, it might be the latter because sometimes you get shit. Like, there's moments where I was trying to farm modulator with that thing on me. It gave me like 2 slots, 3 slots almost all the time. I never got an 8 slot. Some people were able to get an 8 slot without even having the goddamn Monkey King bar. And only popping like a 250. When you get into this certain boss fight over here with these 2 guys, use your AIS cannon because you're not gonna use this. You're not gonna use this again after you kill these 2. Dominius has a little function where it's like, oh yeah, you guys aren't gonna use AIS. Yeah, you guys ain't gonna use AIS in my battle. Nope. Yeah, I'm just kind of irked at how they just add that Monkey King bar later. Now, I will say it's easier to get it over there in global compared to the Japanese PSO2. If you do join the Japanese PSO2 and you want to do augment ability farming, you might need to buy it off of someone. You can try to farm for it, but it is an O type and there's factors you gotta consider with O type stuff. And then there's other things like extending it too that can be a pain in the butt. Alright, so now we are fighting Dominius, and from here on out, you yourself are going to beat the shit out of it. He got various weak points, you want to try to break all of them. Once you break all of them, you can easily kill it. You'll see it. And then ECA says we don't have F Factor and the others as pop items yet. I hope it drops with episode 6. There might be a chance. It's pretty much the mission pass bad shop. That's how you can try to get something like Astro, F Factor, and Mana Rev together. But the Japanese PSO2 has the other alternative, which is to physically get that and using a bunch of receptors. Global, I don't know. I have a lot of opinions, and I have a bunch of videos explaining that. I mean, since you guys are watching, I guess I can share a bit of my opinion. Oh god, I hate this. So this one, you need to destroy all 3 of these things. Because right behind us is like this nuke. You can avoid this nuke if you time it right. I'm just gonna twirl around because that's how I can evade stuff. I mean, you could tank it too, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of things I can point out with global and the Japanese PSO2. Some of it is good, some of it's bad. Overall, global PSO2 is doing a good job with it, especially with like dealing with some stuff that you guys don't need to deal with. But at the same time, it does take away the fact that you guys didn't experience the full PSO2 experience, or what Japanese PSO2 actually went through in the beginning before we got to this point. I can describe global PSO2 as like the episode 5 of the Japanese PSO2 with a lot of benefits. Because what global decided to do, and I already explained in that video talking about my thoughts on the episode 6 content, is the fact that they added stuff that was released during episode 6 or like late into episode 5 over there into the global PSO2. The other problem is, especially with global, and I already hint at it indirectly, I might mention a blunt video talking about this point. It's just that there's a huge knowledge gap. And don't get me wrong, I understand people want to play the game blind and play the game how they want to play. Power to you for that. People will capitalize on that though if no one mentions very specific things. And maybe you don't really care about it. That's fine. If you want to support the game because, you know, you want to support the game, you want to toss money at the game, that's entirely fine. I can't do that though, because I can see the difference. And yeah, you get a cool little cutscene where you blow up this ship. One of the ships, there's like multiple enemy ships. And once again, this guy, you will want to farm for his particular glare. It's going to be, well, we call it Dominius over here. No clue how Global's going to name this guy. Let's see if I actually got any unit pieces with his ability. I have not been paying attention to the music that's been playing in the background. Hopefully it's not copyright. It's all from Azure Lane. Alright, let me go back and stare at the chat though. Hey there, Patil? How you doing? And then Panda says, I am exhausted trying to keep up with global. Yeah, that's another thing I have to point out. Look, I understand that people are okay with constant updates and stuff, but in terms of the maintenance and you keeping up with it, if you don't know what to get exactly, especially if you didn't play the Japanese PS2, it's gonna be a pain to just stay on point with, hey look, there's a bunch of new equipment, I'm gonna have to swap it out. Cry says, I wish we would have gotten PS2 sooner so we could actually enjoy what we grinded for before the meta gets phased out. Kind of feels a bit pointless in my opinion. That's the thing that I know that some people are bringing up to me, and I can easily point that out because, once again, like, I've been playing this game for a long time, and seeing that huge hyper 3 times, 4 times speed, that might, you know, piss off a couple people or just annoy some people, or it might, you know, make them leave the game just because it's like that. I mean, some people might not complain right now about it, but if they think about it, it doesn't feel natural. And when it comes to me playing games and doing stuff, I want it to be as natural as possible. Like, what is it? It's a bit contradictory, because I could say the same for a lot of other games that I played. But compared to those games, even though they have an Asian counterpart where, you know, they're far ahead and the global variant is trying to catch up with it. It could be like a phone app game or like an MMORPG game like Blade and Soul. It's not rushed. Like, they understand that they will try to pump out as much as they can and try to catch up, but it's not going to be rushed to the point where they're on a time crunch. Global PSO2, them advertising and saying they're going to try to speed things up and get to where Japanese PSO2 is at, that has, you know, good and bad. Once again, it's ultimately up to you to figure out if this is good and bad. I can easily say that if you're a hardcore MMORPG guy and you want it to be natural and you want some difficulty, PSO2 might make you float on that questionable scare of like, it is or it isn't. Hey there, I'm gonna call you Halo. Hey there, Halo, how you doing? And then ECU says, any tips for running first endless? Honestly, I haven't done endless as much. I did it a bit in the past to try to get Doom breaks, but then I stopped because it annoyed the fuck out of me. And then the Evangelion came out, and then we were able to do that. And it was easier to farm for Doom breaks. Right now, I barely farm Doom breaks because of all these other abilities you could go for. And then Rainem says, personally, I'll rather have gear become obsolete fast than spend months with little to no actual content. Like, there's that good point right there. Because, once again, even though we're going constantly at a fast pace, or Global's going at a constant fast pace, it may not annoy some people because, guess what? The conclusion is, you will get endgame content soon. It's just that, you know, Global's just going on a hyperspeed that's going to get some backlash, and it may not have a huge backlash. Once again, it's ultimately up to you guys to figure that out. Me, personally, I would be bugged by that alone, that it's on a hyperspeed. Yes, you're getting a lot of content. Yes, it's getting speed up to endgame content, but you're not getting a natural flow from it. It might be natural to you, because once again, you yourself can define how you enjoy your game. I'm too old. You asked my opinion, I'm gonna be blunt about it now. I'm gonna say, like, look, you guys are getting spoiled. And it's a bit harsh for me to use that word, but it's the truth. Because you guys are getting showered by so much goodies that Japanese PSO2 did not go through. Japanese PSO2 went through a natural route. And we got all these things in due time. And we're still getting spoiled a bit, especially with how they're giving a bunch of free stuff left and right, and some of the stuff that's now difficult will be easier. Global PSO2 may not be aware of this just because of the rate that they've been going at, and just that, you know, it just seems natural to them in that sense. Like, if it's their first time playing Global PSO2, it feels natural to them. Hey there, Apo, how you doing? I'm going to be shortening names if I cannot pronounce the full name. I apologize if that might offend you, but I suck with names. And then Kuhn says, I hope everyone who is just waiting, or who is just wanting content every 3 weeks knows that from next year, content is going to slow down. Yeah, that's the backlash I was hinting at in some of my videos. It's going to slow down. And the question is, can Global take that? When Global hits the brick wall, once you guys get most of episode 6 content, will people still play the game? I already pointed out in that video that I released for episode 6, they're adding a lot of stuff that we only got in 2 weeks over here in the Japanese PS2. That new pet, for example, we barely have that for half of a year. It's only been 2 months. 2 months! 2 months! And you guys already got it. I would start to slow down for Global, but once again, that's Global. They do whatever they want to do. But the question is, what happens when you hit that brick wall? Japanese PS2 already hit the brick wall. Now, there are events and promotions that get us playing and get us farming for stuff, but it's not a huge necessary thing now, especially with what's going to happen in next week. Now, we are getting a Sword Art collab, and that might get more people to come back into the game. But yeah, it's like, look at the blocks over here. This is on ship 2. I don't know what the other ships look like. You gotta consider the fact that this is the Japanese side, so you gotta account for the Japanese time zone. But it's not full. It's not full. Over there in Global, it might be a bit populated. But over here in ship 2, it's not. Not anymore. It was popular during Luster release, it was popular during Primordial release, but now it's dying down. Kari says that's a fair opinion. Everyone got their own opinions, and I understand certain things. Or you got to be open-minded about it, because some people may not care much about it because it might seem natural to them. Some people might care about it because they know that, hey, look, this is on a hyperspeed and I'm not digging it. So everyone got their own opinions. I know that I might say something, but just note that it's my opinion unless I strongly vouch otherwise. Lamb says, the augment system of PSO2 is just not suitable for such light speed meta change. Yes, that I can agree to, because if you're not familiar with augments, especially with knowing how fast the game was going at, and then also knowing some other basic stuff that wasn't really capitalized on, you might be spending a bit too much. That's why I tried to tell you guys not to affix yet, especially with the hyperspeed that Global is going at. Like, there's some stuff that I didn't know that they were gonna add in game. Like that one video I said about returners. That's actually important. I know that over there in Global during a fixed week for episode 4, the returner price or veteran resolve over there in Global was stupidly high. And I was like, why are you guys putting it at this price? I understand that veteran resolve is a bitch to farm for. But if you actually buy veteran resolve that early, you know, this is my blunt opinion. It's just that it's kind of a waste of Meseta during that moment. Especially if Sega decides to release most of that endgame content easily. Like that new Extreme Quest that we have, which I will most likely do on stream. That drops returners at an easier rate, without having to deal with RNG and abduction. And guess what? That drops other abilities such as modulators as well. So that's why I try to advocate and say, guys, if you plan to affix, be smart about it. And try to farm for it, because you'll save a lot more money if you go out of your way to farm for it. Understandable if you don't have the time to farm for it. Try to go for mediocre affixes until you get to episode 6, or that's why I said, like, for episode 5, this is where you would want to start affixing a bit more, especially with 15-star weapons, because you will be using your 15-star weapons a lot more than a good chunk of other weapons. Granted that there are 14-star weapons that can do well, or even better than 50 stars, and if you look in the Japanese PSO2 videos, especially with some people using certain augments and abilities, they could use a low rarity weapon to actually deal the same amount as damage or higher than a 15-star weapon. Like, Japanese players know a good chunk of tricks with what to do, and they shared a couple of tricks with me, but obviously there's a language barrier, because if you don't speak Japanese, read Japanese, you may not be aware of it. What abilities am I talking about? It's like the Slayer abilities. I do have a basic one-on-one video talking about it. They're annoying to try to affix, but it's quite niche, and it can pay. It can give you a lot of damage if you fulfill the requirements of these different abilities. Like, it is expensive over here, because you're gonna need a lot of this stuff to try and gamble to get this certain ability. So if I go over here, you can see it's like 210,000 Meseta, not as much, but you see that it increases further, depending on how and what you are using this with. Now, obviously with the Dark element, it's gonna be more towards Lumamex, the new mods you get for episode 6. And then, guess what? There's a Slayer ability for Lumamex. So if I go over here, type in Slayer abilities, check the price over here for an 8 slot. It's not as expensive, but it does stack depending on how many times you're gambling, how many pieces you need. You can technically farm for this, it's just that depending on what slot number you're going for, it's going to cost an X amount. Right now, once again, I might disclose this in a separate video now, especially with how you guys are getting to episode 6. But people have already been capitalizing on this knowledge in terms of augments and affixes left and right in Global, and they're earning a lot. And if you guys personally ask me for opinions and whatnot when it comes to augments and affixes, I always tell my people to try to fix smart and try to farm for it. Just because you don't want to spend as much Meseta. Because guess what? In terms of the prices for most of your cosmetics over there in Global, it's stupidly high. It's higher than what we have over here in the shipped to Japanese PSO2. Now, there might be some outfits and items that are stupidly expensive, but there's collab items that are worth billions now. And guess what? Those collab items are fucking expensive due to their extinctness. Like, you cannot get these certain items anymore. Alright, so I went on a tangent about that. Let me go back to chat and just talk about this. Kun says Global is about the same, actually. In terms of the prices, because I don't think Global knows how to use those as much. It is also niche because, once again, you have to know what you're doing with those abilities and you had to put it on a certain weapon. King says Avalao, yeah, and then Jaden says, yeah, blocks into ship 2 kinda looks the same. I've only seen block 7 full. Wow, really? So Global PSO2, yeah, Global PSO2 ship 2, block 7 is full. Oh, wow. Alright. And then April says, we got to farm for... I think you meant to say light stream, not live stream, but yeah, we got to farm for live stream for only 2 weeks and now we are gonna get Liberate. I am so confused what to build now. Any suggestion? Alright, I'll come back to that question in a bit once I catch up with chat. King says same in ship 1, to be honest. Alright. And then ECU says, since we are talking about opinions, can I say this? I hate Sega. Cause I hate Sega gave free Ophicia units and Atlas EX out for free. It's my opinion, and I know some people might disagree, but it does bother me so badly. And this is where I say, what I just stated about the speed, it does conflict with some people because of that. Now, over in Japanese PSO2, they did the same thing. They did give out free 12-star units and weapons of those grades. The difference is the time gap, because we had years to hold on and make this stuff before they released it out for free. Over there on Global PSO2, it took you guys around 2 to 3 months. If you look at when you guys got episode 5 and then look at the episode 6 release, you'll notice it's somewhere within that time span. And some people may get pissed off with that, so it's understandable about your opinion. Once again, it's how Global's running things, and this is a slight backlash. It might be maybe 50% of people having that sort of opinion as well, but it's ultimately up to you to figure that out. And then, I am not gonna pronounce your name wrong. Kun says, I usually go for low end affix because I know we don't have the end game affixes. That's what I try to tell you guys. Like, look, with the content you guys have, most of the time, decent affixes can carry you through. Weapons, you would want to spoil it a bit more, especially in terms of S-class abilities. And if you look at the video where I talk about how you can keep these S-class abilities, like, once you put down that down payment, you are set. But I would say hold off in spending as well, because there's going to be future quests that's going to drop certain abilities that might be easier to farm for without having to spend as much. But once again, if you want to be in that moment, you want to do whatever, then go ahead and do that as well. Love says, or Louvre, I apologize with the names. Hope they don't rush 100 cap for Global. I know plenty that quit from overdose of content and having to keep up with quick cap changes. You turn out too quick. You burn out too quick. Yes, that's the thing that I was talking about with the backlash. Cause I know some players want some difficulties, but once again, Global kind of put themselves in a position where it's like, we gotta catch up to Japanese PSO2. They're doing that. Splendid job. Backlash. There's that sort of issue, and this is why some players might be leaving the game already. It's not because of the content. You guys are getting constant content, which is honestly more of a positive thing. It's just that some players may get annoyed with that. Some players may not like that. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! Mon says, I play Japanese and I only go hard on the fixes for my craft weapon since NGS is coming out on... Wait. Hold up. Who's calling me? Alright, I had to turn that thing off. Don't even know the number. Let me go back to chat. I was like in the mood until that room did. Alright, so yeah, I need to discuss about that. I have some speculations and guess out of my ass, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't have the official statements and questions and answers from Sega talking about NGS. And then Zoom says, hey Morphsuit, hey there Zoom, how you doing? Kuhn says, NGS is like March or August, so... Steffi says, hello, hey there Steffi, how you doing? And then Spike says, Block 22 was pretty full 2 days ago. Over here? Yeah, there's a certain group that tends to hang over there. Steffi says, before it used to be B1 full, now it's B7. I don't know what's up with the global version of PSO2 in terms of the blocks. I only have a bit of history with the Japanese, especially on Ship 2. Because, you know, there's the infamous block set. Infamous block 20, that was a B1, that's a B7, which is now dead. Oh, well, B38. I might make a video discussing about that. If you guys are interested, let me know. But, yeah. HHH says, hey, this is the first time I saw you stream. Thanks for the fix guides. No problem. Hopefully you guys are using that to your advantage. And then Van says, think it's worth waiting for all the glares to come out. So here's the thing. If you really want to try to make a profit, I would say try to farm as much glares as you can. Because that's the hardest thing over here in the Japanese PSO2. Let me bring up the market. Now this is specifically Ship 2 over in the Japanese PSO2. It might change. But glares are hard because they're not easy to get. With the battle pass or the mission pass that we have over here in the Japanese PSO2, you got a way to easily get pop items for certain catalysts, especially mana rev, ether factor. No, well, for mana rev and ether factor. So you're gonna get Reverie catalysts, Reverie catalysts, factor catalysts, Omega Memorias, and an ether soul. And what is it? Just you get one of these, but you get another one. And another one at 31 and maybe 35 once you hit overtime with the battle pass. They might do this update upon episode 6 release. I'm not 100% sure because it did not say that when you look at the patch notes. This is a global thing. Like, this might happen, this might. I am working on a video discussing some features and mechanics that might kick in upon episode 6 release. So yeah, they're going to update that. In terms of the cosmetics, you're not going to get the same stuff right off the bat with what Japanese PSO2 have. The thing about the global battle pass is that they are doing they're backtracking. They're adding some AC items that we had in the past into that so they can speed up the fashion, what is it? They're trying to keep up fashion-wise. They're trying to update and try to get as much of the fashion stuff that they've missed. Because once again, this game is 8 years old. This game has a lot of accessories, costumes, items, what have you. It's like a stupid amount. But yet, let me pull up the browser over here. So, this is one of the... If you guys are wondering, the outfit that I was wearing for this character is pretty much this thing over here. They have like an actual character and go into like details of the outfit maybe. And then let me pull up the scratch directory. This is how many stuff we're having over here. There's a lot that they're trying to cover, and someone pointed that out when I mentioned my opinions about the global battle pass. Like, hey, look, they're doing this thing too, and I was like, you're right, because I noticed that too. They're adding previous certain scratches into the battle pass over there for global. So some of the stuff that we're getting fashion-wise right now for the Japanese PSO2, it's not going to be right there and then for global because of the method that they're going at. They're using. But the other thing is, there's a lot of collabs. Not only with like big ones like Gridman or like Sinrin Kagura or like Nier Automata. There's other collabs such as the PSO2 Idola and PSO2 ES, and I'm not 100% sure if global will do that. I am working on a video talking about other collabs that Japanese PSO2 went through, and by collabs I'm referring to anything outside of the Phantasy Star realm. So I'm going to be mentioning Fate, I'll be talking about like some of those stuff. Right now, I only finished like 2013 for that video. I still need to go through these other months, and that's a pain in the butt. And guess what? Japanese PSO2 is still getting a bunch of collabs. We are gonna get Sword Art Online soon. And then not only that, we're also getting... Where is it? It's not here. Alright, there's that too. We got a revamp, updated version of the Miku collab or Project Diva collab. You can actually get this suit. And then the next thing will be... So we're getting a Sword Art Online collab. We're getting a Yakuza 6, I think? Yakuza... We're getting a Yakuza collab as well. And then there's another collab that's going to update for Blaze Blue and Guilty Gear. You guys, I know, have that right now, but you don't have the updated one that's going to come out soon. And then King says, to be honest, getting the Atlas was easy if you put the time in. There was nothing hard about it, shape or form, but the Officio units on the other hand was a bit brutal with the drop rates. That's another thing that I do mention every now and then, drop rates. I'm not sure how Global's doing things, because I know that back then, when I was farming stuff, I was able to get 8 slots to drop every now and then. It was like a medium number of all the times I've been trying to farm. Some people mention like, hey look, we're not getting 8 slots as easily, and I was a bit confused to that. Then again, I used a Monkey King bar. Monkey King bar, it was there during my time when I was playing episode 2. And I always had that thing. It was like my best friend. Every time we pop a crystal, Monkey King bar in my hands. I'm just irked at how Global decides to put that a bit later. And once again, there's not a lot of videos emphasizing on how to go about farming. And there, hey there, Osuma? I apologize if I pronounce it wrong. But hey there, how you doing? Swag 6, Sega's calling. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, earlier with that phone call. I'll be surprised if it's Sega. It'd be like, oh, hi. I highly doubt it though, because we'll have a complication with communication. They'll be speaking Japanese and I'll be like, I can't understand you. And then Greg says, hey Morph, you seem to be a grind lord. Am I? Was working how to avoid burnout after hours and hours of PSO with creating content for it. So I'm just getting a burnout just because it's hard for me to stay in this game when there's not a lot of exciting content. Now, it could be exciting to you guys, but personally for me, I'm just so. If you guys are struggling with that burnout as well, try to, you know, take a bit of a break, do whatever you need to do to kind of get away from it and then get back into the game when you're in the right mood. Honestly, like the big reason to why I had a burnout is just because of what was going on in November. And once again, I still need to mention some things, especially with my status with joining the military. It's nothing bad, it's just that there's a slight issue and Corona kind of cock-blocked me in a certain way. Apple says, he imagined a million instead of that he could. Oh yeah, so if I did stay on Global, like I could capitalize on that and I could have made a lot. Honestly, you guys over there in Global are making a shit ton more than me. Like right now I'm stuck. Like I'm not in my billion status. I'm stuck in my 718,132,892. Like I'm trying to sell stuff on the shop for a stupid price. No one's buying it though. Either someone undercut me or like no one just wants to buy the damn thing that I have up. And then Hearth says, hey Morph, hope you're doing well. Thanks for the affixing guys. I made 6. Oh wow, a 6-slot Guardian Soul unit during the boost week. Your guys motivate me, and my teammates calls me the fixer now. Good job on ya. Honestly, I skipped during the fix week. It was in November. I was aware of it. I just got pissed off with several things that I could have done, but once again, I was doing other things and just trying to stay calm. But yeah, I kind of regret not using that. I could have done so many upgrades, especially with the certain unit piece that I could have moved to. But yeah, no, I didn't do that. But good job on you. And I'm glad that my videos help you out and you're called in a fixer now. Props to you. I still need to get some snippets and ways of fixing and farming about. You'll see it eventually. Icon says... Oh, hopefully I pronounced that right. Icon? Icon says, should I treat Liberate like I am treating Lightstream? Just spend as little as possible on it? Alright, so let me actually go to Zig and show the Lightstream. Once again, it's entirely up to you. My opinion, I would not spend as much in terms of fixes. Now, I may want to try to push it to an 8 slots, and depends on your situation. There's a lot of factors. Personally, for me, I would skip it, wait for divide weapons, and then the endgame weapon. But depending on your situation, let's say you're new to the game still, you might want to try to go for it. Or let's say you don't have any good weapons yet, like a good 15 star, you might want to go for it. I'm not sure on what Global is gonna do. I feel like they're gonna add a new shop for you guys where it's easy to get the mats you need. So personally, this is just me saying what I will say. You guys will need to figure it out once it comes out, or just like think on it. I would skip it personally for me, or I might just get one of them and that's it. But I got a feeling that once again, Global PSO2 is gonna give it out for free, especially if you follow Japanese. Yeah, dude. I would personally skip it, but that's just me. If you want to try to collect it during that time, if it is easy, there's events and promotions to get the Liberate, then go ahead and do it. The thing I need to point out though is that the upgrade from the Novo to the Revelate is the diehards. Everything else you might be able to do, especially when it comes to getting these 14-star materials. It will take some time depending on how many 14 stars you have, or if you are desynthesizing a bunch of 14 stars, you can buy the mats. I'll say be careful with buying the mats because it might be a bit pricey if you do your math. But the diehards might be a slight issue because to get these, you need to desynth 15 stars. Now, got to be careful on what 15 stars to desynth, and I don't know how many 15-star weapon series they might release upon the introduction of episode 6. And the thing is, the drops from that emergency quest I did a few minutes ago, that drops some items you would want to hold on to because the next weapon series, the Still and Puros, some of them will require those specific weapons. So I'm not 100% sure on how you guys can get diehards. You can get diehards through divide quests, but I got a feeling that episode 6 shouldn't release that just yet. You might get it within the month time span, a few weeks after episode 6 release, but this is the hard part to try to get that upgrade to diehards. Now, if you plan to skip the Puros and Distill, or you may not want to farm it as much, then you might want to go for Riverlate. But the Still weapons are pretty good. And yeah, they don't require any of those mats. But once again, when it comes to the Puros and Distill, they require the Divide quest mats. And that means you need to farm a good chunk of them. And I think someone just whispered me with some questing stuff. Now, I said I was going to try to plan some event for anyone who's interested in trying to play with me and party up with me. I have to think on what mode to do. I might try to do an easy thing that we can all do, especially if you're new. Let's see. Alright, let me get back to chat. So yeah, with the Revelate, this is questionable because depends on what Global does upon its release, and it depends on you. I would personally skip it and wait for maybe the Pure Austin Still and go crazy in farming for those mats, because when it comes to the endgame weapon, they do require a certain material that you would want to try to get, which is the grain crystals. The battle pass might be updated to episode 6 and you can get a couple of them right off the bat before Divide Quest is out. I'm not 100% sure on if it will be released with episode 6 content, but it's a possibility with how Global been spoiling you guys. Yeah, like, here's the thing. They're still milking money out of us over here in the Japanese PSO2. You know why? It's just because of the cosmetics. It's not because of, like, pay-to-win shit. It's the cosmetics in themselves and certain things that they're doing. This is why gacha systems can be frowned upon. Yeah, well, the reason why gacha systems are frowned upon is because of fucking RNG. But if you really want something, then you gotta have to deal with whatever they got. And guess what? PSO2 has the, gacha. Like, over here, let me point out something. And I can say a lot about how Global is doing it. I'm gonna shut up about it, because that might be a special video. So over here, we got the Shinran Kagura collab in that updated Vocaloid one. If you look at the frequent bonus for the Shinran Kagura one, they have a very special a lobby action emote that you can get if you spend, or you roll 45 times. That's roughly around $100 right there that you gotta slap down to try to get this bonus item. This is a bonus item. You cannot sell this on the market. So, this is unique. And this is like a limited time lobby action. So, all we need to do is just do this many times to try to get it. This is how Japanese PSO2 can easily milk us. The problem that I have with Global is that there's some items I can point out and say, that's a free-to-play. What the fuck are you guys doing? Now, I'll save that for that video. Yeah, you got the release of Alphystia might piss off a lot of people, especially if it was free, because I keep seeing videos and stuff from you guys on Global saying like it was hard as fuck to get. Now, personally for me, I never farmed those things. Even in the Japanese PSO2, I never went out of my way to get those units. All I did was get anything that was for free, and I fixed the stuff for free or with the stuff that I farmed. So, anyone who farmed a lot, spent a lot on those units, I'll send you my regards in terms of that sudden release. I mean, it was bound to happen, but if you didn't know, you didn't know. Steffi says, yes, ever since I got the Monkey King bar, I managed to get 8 slot rods I needed for my 15-star weapons. Nice, yeah. Monkey King bar, your best friend in terms of farming. It will, 1, either give you a lot of money, or 2, you got mats that you need so you can do your personal fixes. And then Greg says, I felt the same with the amount of content. I logged way too much time recently, and it kind of killed the fun. Love what you do, my guy. Yeah, try to do it in moderation. If you're getting a burnout, step back a bit. Maybe wait till a bit later, or if you really want to, if you're getting a burnout now, just back away from it. Maybe get back into the game when episode 6 is finally caught up over there in Global, and then get all that endgame content right there. But once again, your approach, you guys had to figure that out. I can only give you so much from personal experience or my opinions, and maybe some factual things that I'm pointing here and there. And then Cry says, what are the highest augments aids in the Japanese version? Global just have augments aid 40. We got a 50. I think there's a 60, but I don't know how to get that one. Better yet, before I say shit out of my ass, let me make sure it's right. So I'm gonna look on a fixed simulator and see if there is a high. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there is a 60. The highest that Japanese have, looking on the fixed simulator, There's a 55 and a 60%. They did give out a free 50%. I don't remember how, but I do have a 50% in my storage. But the highest that's in the Japanese PSO2 is 60%. You will be able to get a 45% with some of the stuff that might be added in global. Okay, so I need to actually do some stuff. I do want to try to do some quest stuff so I can chat with you guys and I can personally farm for some stuff. I could just like sit here and talk. Most likely tomorrow I'm gonna do another stream, but it's going to be focused around any aid or needs or tips with affixing and augmenting. I'm gonna be doing a lot of storage management tomorrow in that stream. Yeah, I maxed out my storage. It's kind of sad. It's getting to the point where I really need to organize that shit. I try to hold on to a lot of stuff, but at the same time, I haven't been micromanaging, like, who needs to get what. I need to update the spreadsheet that I have, showcasing some important information. And I also need to gamble, because I have a bunch of glares, and, yeah, I just need to compact it so I don't have so much shit in my inventories and storages. Okay. Trying to make sure I caught up with the chat before I start doing stuff. Alright, so Random says, we are getting 15-star to collection files. That should be a sure way to get mats. Depends on how hard it is completing the challenge files. It might not be as hard. I just realized I'm on 13. Let me actually swap blocks. Let me go to 32 where my pals are at. Now, the quest that I might be opening up and trying to see if you guys are interested in when it comes to me... Wait, hold up. English. Brain. I need a drink. Alright, so, once again, I do plan to stream and play with you guys, but it's going to be this particular quest I'm going to run in a few minutes. It's an endgame content over here in the Japanese PSO2. I will request certain requirements, but it's not as bad. It's pretty much like, you just need to be level 90 in terms of your main in or sub. But I'll try to organize that a bit more later. Wait, I'm playing on Phantom. Let me actually pull up this chat. Alright, so I do need to show something. So, when it comes to these aids that you might want, especially the higher ones that are above 40, you can most likely get it from collection files. I'm not 100% sure if Sega's going to do this upon episode 6 release. I don't know if you guys have something like this. But one of the collection files over here, they can drop 45s. It will take some time to do it because the specific requirements is this. But the thing that I also need to point out is that with the 15-star collection being added over there on global PSO2, in terms of the drop, it might interest you. The weapon, the 15-star weapon in itself might interest you. But the drops for these things might catch your attention and you may want to do, especially if they start adding specific weapon grind caps. Because these can help you get from 30 to 35 without having to use something like an actual grind cap plus 1. You could use a grind cap plus 1 for a katana if your katana 15-star weapon is at 30. And if you got multiple dupes of these, you can obviously get it to 35. This is what the 50 stars over here are. Now, these particular 15 stars are niche. They are towards the successor class that we have over here. It's pretty much Phantom, Hero, and a Twal. But you would want to do this on the side just because of these grind cap plus 1. The Cry says, surely augment 845 become more consistent. They start to... I have no clue if Global will do that, though. Because the way we're getting a bunch of free 45s are through events and through certain NPCs. But it's because of a certain contest that had happened. And then Red Heart says, yeah, Global getting cucked. I mean, once again, it's going at a reasonable pace. It's doing its own thing. It is avoiding some of the issues and problems that Japan had. But it's like, yeah, there's pros and cons to it. Once again, you're the deciding factor to figure out if it's good and bad overall. I can say a bunch of stuff. I already got my opinions. You guys need to get your opinions as well. I'm just an oldie. I'm fucking old, alright? I don't look old, but in terms of playing PSO2, I'm old. I mean, there's another oldie that does a bunch of PSO2 content, Raya. I suck at pronunciation. I've seen them in game back in 2014, and I've seen their videos, especially the old ones, where he made like a gameplay montage of Phantasy Star stuff and showed off his characters and them doing a boss fight. I think it was 2014, 15, or 16. Either one. I know that I seen him in a quest. And then Kun says, I don't mind the gacha in PSO2 so much because you can buy the items you really want with Method unless it's scratch count items. And then Icon... Wait, I keep on calling you Icon. I'm just gonna call you I says, I farm my ass off for the Ophistia set, but I'm glad they hooked up new players with it as they are going to need it to survive soon. Yes. It's a good starter unit, especially. It's like right off the bat, you're getting it, especially if you do the events. I can agree with that. I don't know how they're gonna give the Novo units. It might be... Oh wait, I'm actually questing. I should remember that. I'm actually doing some shit. Hold up. Alright, so this is spoiler, but this is the thing that you would want to try to do so you can farm for returners. If you plan to do the party version, try to get a full party. Because it's going to be easier. If you got like three people, it's questionable, but it's not going to be as bad. If you only got one other person with you, it will be time consuming to try to go through it quickly. And then Tokai says, any tips on where to farm come Wednesday for global since we can't rely on rainbow keys. So power leveling, your best friend will be recommended featured quests, but it depends on which one. Honestly, yeah, that's how we do stuff over here in the Japanese PSO2. But it also depends on if Sega might release Divide quests. You still might need to do Buster quests. I don't know. Because all I can say is that during our time... Well, no, excuse me. I lied. There's Ultra Hard Free Field. That's what you want to farm for. So, they are going to introduce the other ability that is... It's not going to be called Crack. Yeah, so there's an ability called Crack over here. It's similar to Returner, but there is a lack of dexterity for it. It's not an all-rounder, but it's close to it. They drop from that new free field. Not only that, once again, there are a couple 15 stars that you might need for the still Puros weapon upgrades, and you might want to farm Ultra Hard for that. Not only that, with Ultra Hard free field, you can get a chance to drop ultimate boosters. So if you don't want to farm a bunch of photon boosters to get an ultimate booster, you can try your hand at Ultra Hard free field. just note that it is complete RNG still, unless Global changed the drop rates for it. So Ultra Hard. Ultra Hard Free Field will be your go-to until Divide Quest comes out. Once Divide Quest comes out, you will want to do that. In terms of power leveling, especially if you're new, there's a certain recommended limited quest that you would want to spam. Hopefully that answers your... Yeah, you guys are typing the name of the guy that I tried to say his name of. I've seen him in-game before. We never chat, but I've seen his team and I've seen him every now and then. Like, he's a complete OD as well. Well, I wouldn't say memorize. I know a good chunk of names that are from the past. Especially if, like, they walk around and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember you from, what is it, episode 2 times. A good chunk of people still remember me, and I'm like, wait a second, do I know you? Yes, this quest is endgame content. And it is a bit of a challenge depending on which mode you decide to do. I would say once again, if you plan to do the party one, have 4 people. Because this does not scale with the party members. Unlike Divide Quest where it does take however many party members you have and it scales it down to... Oh fuck, I died. It scales it down to how many people you got. Like, you can solo Divide Quest. It will scale with you yourself. But this quest, no, it does not do that. If you only got 2 people, it's still going to have that 4-man difficulty. So if I had to, I could do the solo one, but it's with my Braver Hunter compared to my Phantom. What's my real main class? I got multiple ones, but if I had to choose my favorite, it's going to be my Braver Hunter. It's going to be my Braver Hunter just because that's my OG. Oh wait, I forgot that drops are here too. You want to make sure you pick up the drops. Don't be like me that was going to go to the next area and go and not pick up their fucking drops. They do drop the crystal. It's just that I forgot about it. And I just remembered it's also auto because most of these are 15 stars. These drops are 15-star weapons. And 13-star units. Yeah, the man got crack on his units. I do have crack abilities on my units. Okay, so ECU says the badges are going to be unlocked with... or getting the Nova units is going to be with the S5 badges over there. Or the next new season badges, I think. I don't know. I'm surprised they didn't actually fix that over there for Global. In terms of your metal shop, badge shop. So let me explain a bit about this. I will make a formal video talking about it again. But pretty much, there's going to be 5 stages with this particular quest. Once again, make sure you're ultra hard difficulty ready. You're level 90-90. This 3rd stage that we're going through is pretty much you breaking parts. You want to make sure you know which parts to break. And you don't kill them quickly without breaking these various parts. Beetle Guy has 5 parts. You got 2 wing flaps, you got his 2 arms, and then you got his horn in the middle. So that's going to be 5 right there. Let me put down the trap. Now, I hate this guy. This Banther, I really hate them. Pretty much, it's like a Banther, but it's a Frost Banther, Blizzard Banther. And this Banther is annoying, because it jumps around a lot, and it can blow ice. It can freeze you. It does a bunch of ice attacks. I despise it. I'm surprised I actually evaded that. Like, I got used to Banther, but this ice version is just, holy shit. Yeah, I'm sometimes reluctant to fight against this damn thing. Fucking... Wait, what the hell is this music? I just realized that might get me some copyright issues. Hopefully it does not, but I'm not 100% sure. Hopefully it does not. Oh god, I just realized when I play my music in the background, it's going to be on a repeat cycle, but I can't pull up the certain thing that makes it go on repeat. So, yeah. Hopefully that does not create any issues. If you guys can't see the stream, I will try to fix that. You want to main 2 classes but to fix this? Here's the thing. The reason why I go for all-rounders is because it's an all-rounder. The things that I have on this unit piece, for example, instead of going for very specific things, now you might want to go for a specific thing depending on the stats you personally want and what you're trying to emphasize on. But these unit pieces I have, they're all-rounders, so it's gonna go towards all these different stats. Now, I have made unit pieces that are like 420 in attack. And if you want to really emphasize on your attack, you may want to go for that compared to an all-rounder. And note that the 420 attack formula does not have Guardian So. It's like in my history if you want to look that thing up. And also, you got to consider time attacks abilities because they can also boost up the attack. Well, what's the requirement? Okay, so we gotta defeat these 2 in 120 seconds. The problem I have with this particular stage is double. Like, I don't care about Princess. Princess, she's big, she's chunky, we can beat her up, she's easy to abuse. Might sound wrong, but anyways, yeah, that's fact. And easier to kill. Double is moving around a lot. I hate it when it moves around a lot. Oof. Yeah, I mean, it could be used for a good investment as well, HHH. You can sell it during a fixed week, because guess what? Fixed week is stupidly inflated. Or overflated. Wait, is it inflated or overflated? I don't know. It's just a huge increase in prices. So, if you want to get a good chunk of money, you could sell those during a fixed week. But if you need to use them, especially for weapons, then, you know, use them for weapons. Like, you can still use those grand abilities for weapons. Since usually weapons tend to go towards a certain attack type, and you may not want to try to make it an all-rounder. Oh, we actually killed it in time. Huh. Oh, barely. It was only like a fucking, what, 10 seconds before we almost died? Yeah, some of you guys are pointing out that if you want to do certain affixes, you know, go for the ones that you're comfortable with and you really want to emphasize on. Like, if you really want to have a breakdown on it, I would have units for S attack, T attack, and, well, excuse me, melee, range, and technique. The other unit piece that I might want to experiment and do is tanky affixes, like literal tank affixes, because I've seen back then in my days, in episode 2 and 3, I've seen players with very tanky affixes, and they tanked. They tanked so hard to the point where they couldn't die. They couldn't die from one hit that would usually kill everyone in the MPA. You're right. I love how my party members like saying, oh yeah, we're pro at this, we got this, of course we'll kill it. So if you complete all of the 4 previous stages, it's going to be a bit different fighting against this Mega Masquerade, because he will get a barrier. This is a new function that they will introduce over in the episode 6 release. These barriers will have very specific orders or conditions. There's a, what is it? This one, you have to fight it at the front. If you do not fight him at the front, your damage is going to be different. It's not going to be your full damage if you do not shoot him in the front or attack him in the front. You can see, like, if I'm shooting him personally, face to face, I am going like into 6 digits above 50,000 or like 80, 70,000. But if I shoot him at the side, you'll notice that my damage, if I can shoot him at the side, is at half that number. So you see 83, And I think he just did something. Let me see. Did he do it? I think he might have nerfed me. Maybe. Or he nerfed someone else. He did a small animation where, if you're familiar with Masquerade, he does nerf any move that you spam too many times. He's... Blah, 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 blah. Can't speak. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Ouch. Thank God for tanking units, but shit. As you can see, I'm almost dead. So, when he does his clones, ignore his clones. Try not to die from his clones, but you want to ignore the clones. Because they have a lot of HP compared to his Masquerade form. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No. Okay, this, hopefully I'm facing the front. I'm not 100% sure. And what's worse is that we got this damn thing popping up where you can't exactly heal yourself. So, yeah, this is, something that's a bit difficult. Fucking clones. Like, yeah, right now, my lifesteal is not working. I think the guy nerfed me again, and, there's no pillar you can hide behind. Gotta be careful with this guy. I am gonna run. Or, I'm staying away. And I think you guys are talking amongst yourself now. It's all good. I'm kind of distracted by Persona. Oh yeah, I don't think my normal attacks are hitting him anymore. I don't see damage. I don't see my damage. He nerfed me. So he does a bit of the same stuff when you, do your Persona Masquerade. I think that was like 10 minutes? 11 minutes? So I have a mechanic, an auto feature mechanic kicking in. It picks up all the 15-star, 13-star rarities or any other goodies. Let us see what we have. Hopefully I get a Returner 3, because that's godlike. I will try to, once again, host something for you guys, the viewers, if you want to try to party up with me and farm alongside with me. I only got one. God damn it. Oh my god, yes! Yes! A Returner 3. Oh, the glorious. Glorious. Alright. This is good. Once again, usually, to get a Returner 3 drop, it's not a thing. Well, it is a thing, but it's at a 1-slot in induction. But, yeah, this is a 6-slot Returner 3. So, I'm happy with this. I don't care about all these other abilities. That Returner 3, godlike. Now, with these 15 stars that would drop, you can... Oh, wow, that's actually a certain weapon that a pal of mine was trying to farm for back then. But yeah, I don't know what 15 stars drop exactly. They do give S-class abilities. I most likely get tamper with this and just move these S-class abilities to something else. And in terms of currencies, it drops almost all the different currencies. I don't have a lot of busting measures, I'll choose that. Gold prize. I have a lot of weapon badge SP, can ignore that. I could ignore ultimate boosters, especially if I am active in, Actually, I'll get the ultimate boosters. And then... Do I need Lab the Grinders? Not really. I'll get the Sage Crest instead, just in case. But yeah, shit, that Returner 3. It is RNG. It doesn't matter if you have a Monkey King bar on you. It will help. Oh yeah, okay, so we need to go out of camp shit. We gotta add someone else. It's all good. I'm trying to multitask. It's just that my screen is over there, so I'm gonna have to look over in that direction. Now we got a full party, and you'll see that we'll breeze through this quickly. Shit, though. Fucking Returner 3. Oh, glorious. So, if you really want to get the Returner abilities, wait for this game mode. Because I do not want you guys to suffer through what I had to deal with. especially with PTSD, which is post time attack client order stress disorder. Yeah, I don't want you guys to deal with spamming time attacks a bunch and getting and dealing with RNG and getting abducted. Yeah, I figure he'll do that. I'll figure he'll do that, sis. Alright, so... Gotcha. I figure he'll do that eventually, it's just that I didn't realize it was kicking in this mode. Then again, I wasn't paying attention to him now, maybe. I'm still mad at Sedam. Like, that new mode is okay, but it's not as difficult. Like, Masquerade will always be my #1 partner in terms of practicing and just having fun with him. He's predictable, yes, but, you know, he's still fun to fight against. He forces you to adapt. Yes, this is live right now. Hi there, 1991. I cannot pronounce your name, but I'm gonna call you 1991. Oh yeah, if you're looking at my stats, I am running with 1,518 HP and 264. It's because of the things that I have on my units, which is why I like to do a bunch of all-rounders. Some people will not try to emphasize on like a bunch of that other stuff. Some people may go for attack, HP, attack, and HP, attack, and PP, or attack, HP, and PP. That tends to be the most used affixes, or like the stat that people go for. It's been like that for ages, years. And when people mention tankiness, I haven't seen people being really tanky. Like when I've seen tank users, in my definition and how I'm talking about them, is when their stats are stupidly high, especially the defense stat, and they barely get a bunch of damage on them. I've only remembered maybe 2 big tanks that can survive a bunch of stuff in the past. Like when Loser does his time clock move, and it's like an instant KO for a lot of people. This particular tank, they survived through that, and they were taking just 1 damage. Just 1 damage. Now, when I see videos nowadays talking about tankiness, it's more of like people having a lot of HP and just surviving it because they have a lot of HP. Now, when I mention tanks, I mean literal tanks that can ignore that damage. And they can survive through 1 hit compared to like most people. But that's kind of extinct because I don't know. It's just different. And with a 12 class, it's gonna make it easier to be tanky as well. Especially if you decided to do something like Hunter Etoile, you could have a bunch of fucking defense stats on you. Or just perks from the skill tree. But naturally, with the fixes and augments alone, I haven't seen like a lot of tankiness. I fixed my units the other day, 120 melee attack and 297 PP, but I got an extra 16 PP for the unit on Lightstream, so I got 43 per PP per unit, sitting at 250. Yeah, Lightstream's known for the PP gain, and what am I doing? I think we need to focus on Hunar first. And this one is don't heal. Yeah, like, I was trying to do a in all honesty, I tried to do a video trying to do graphs and breakdowns and stuff on abduction returner farming. I got annoyed after 4 hours of trying to do it. And I was doing an hour, one of those hours, I was doing it on ultra hard difficulty to see if I can get abducted. Never again. Never again. I'm glad that we don't need to go back to returner farming. And you guys don't need to suffer through that. This thing has been a pain in the ass because guess what? Out of all the abilities in game, in terms of trying to farm for it, Returner's the difficult one. Because the only way you can get Returner is through abduction. There's only one particular incident over here in the Japanese PSO2 where you can get a bunch of Returners, but it was a mistake on Sega's part, and they had to correct that issue. And some people actually exploited that. I have no clue if Sega did something with those individuals. I don't know if they actually took the Returners that they buy. So the incident I'm referring to is pretty much when the NPC shop, yes, the NPC shop you see over in the shop area, the unit one in particular, he sold units, one-slot unit pieces at a certain price. I think it was very cheap too, with returner ones. And people saw this and they bought a crap ton of those unit pieces with returner ones. Yeah, that was a Sega mistake, and some people were able to get a good chunk of them. Now the thing is, I don't know what happened in terms of those who got caught. I don't think they got a huge issue on them. I think they still have their unit pieces and they were able to make a shit ton of money off of them. But that was a certain incident over in the Japanese PSO2. I don't think that incident kicked in over there in global. Oh god. Yeah. Oh god. Don't remind me about, once again, I got PTSD from fucking Time of Texas. $19.91 said, it's cool. I have to thank you. If it wasn't for your videos, I have... for your videos, I'll know nothing about augmenting. I try to make sure people are aware of it just because, you know, if you get to use this certain function, you need to understand why this is so good or, like, helpful, and try to do it as painlessly as possible. Because when someone tried to explain it to me in the past, they didn't do a good job with it. And in all honesty, this is a good way to get good chunks of Meseta, especially if you do a bunch of quests. Oh yeah, modulator shit, yeah. Yeah, the people that I'm playing with, they've been playing with me, other than one individual in this party. Like, both, Hinato and Lubak, they both played with me in the, when did I meet you guys? I know it's old, it's back then in the days. Could be episode 3, maybe episode 2, end of episode 2. But yeah, these guys, they've been through a lot with me, and I still play with them. They're a bit more hardcore than me, but it's all good. We did a lot of fun stuff, especially them teaching me and just getting me to fight against X-Dragon. X-Dragon, before Masquerade became a thing, X-Dragon was my battle partner. I studied off, well, I wouldn't say study off of him. I toured around with him. My gameplay with, like, Brave a Hunter and just knowing how to block and time stuff and counter and do some more practice, it was because of X-Dragon. X-Dragon was that OG boss that I ran to just to get practice. Alright. Come on, guys, you do a shit ton more damage than me. And remember back in the days when you guys did, like, insane stuff, just the two of you? I'll say that's pretty fucking hardcore. I'll say that's hardcore. These two, they dueled a bunch of stuff. If there was, like, a loser emergency quest, they dueled that shit. Yeah, they're in the chat, by the way. Like, they dragged me a couple times into some of their runs, and I was impressed with what they were doing. Yeah, the thing is, I'm gonna be giving my opinion, but I feel like it's a bit more toxic over there with global, especially with how people are, like, saying, oh yeah, like, you need to get a ton of damage and stuff. I wouldn't really emphasize on that. The game is PvE. It's not supposed to be as hard. You should be relaxed about it. I mean, yes, there'll be gaming rage moments on certain things, especially if you do a hiccup like, you know, healing when you're not supposed to heal. But hey, look, you should have fun with the game. And in all honesty, PSO2 isn't that hard of a game. Like, it can be challenging at times, but it's not difficult to the point where it's like Dark Souls difficult. Now, it can be if you do certain things. Like, if you do Persona Masquerade without no goddamn units, and at the highest stage difficulty, then yeah, that's fucking difficult. And I mean, some people would do certain challenges like that over here in the Japanese PSO2. But is the game itself naturally hard? No, it's not. It's kind of like one of those easy MMORPG games that you can get into, and if you want to quit it eventually, you can without having a bunch of serious repercussions. And then with PSO2, it doesn't emphasize heavily on pay to win. Now, some people might argue against me and say, yeah, it is pay to win. No, I would say it's more a pay to fashion because it excels well in fashion. Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, I know not everyone is toxic over there in Global and North America, but it's a lot, you'll see a lot more of that compared to Japanese PSO2. But then again, Japanese PSO2 has been around for a long time, and there's 8 years worth, and there's some vets that get used to it, or, you know, they change themselves eventually, and they're like, I'm just gonna be casual with this, or, you know, maybe they don't like the toxic attitude and they're helping out. I mean, I've seen a good chunk of videos being released now for PSO2, especially with how Animana was like trying to promote people to make more content. Power to you if you decide to pick up on that trend and you make more content. It will most likely get revived, especially with NGS coming around. There's gonna be a lot of people playing NGS as well. I'm looking forward to the VTubers coming into what is it? Japanese PSO2. I know that a good chunk of VTubers. Some of you guys saw me with a particular VTuber, and I was just lurking in the chat and just like giving my 2 cents every now and then. Playing PSO2. I mean, there's a good chunk of VTubers been playing and streaming PSO2. Power to you if you're doing it. Some of them aren't big, some of them are big, but hey, look, like, you know, more entertainment, more people are doing stuff. Just note that if you watch my stuff, I'm playing on the Japanese PSO2. My Red Heart says it's just... Okay, yeah, I already read that. Alright, see ya, Kun. Thanks for stopping by. Oh wait, why am I targeting the clone? I do not need to target the clone. But yeah, it's... I'm just old, and I remember almost all my pals. Well, I try to remember most of the people I played with in the past. Like, my friend list is quite full over here in the Japanese PS2 because I don't want to delete the oldies. Like, if they do come back in the game, I want to welcome them in open arms and be like, hey, you remember me? And then hopefully they do. Or, you know, if they don't even have anyone in-game, I'll try to be that guy that goes out of their way to say hi. Like, my friend list is still full. All these people you see on my list, I still remember them. Some of them, I can't remember exactly on how we met, but most of them, I spent some time with them. We quest on certain things. We struggled through certain scenes, old teammates, old people that I was okay with, friends, pals. The main OG guys that I used to play with back then, they're not around as much. There's only a couple people that I could say, oh yeah, these guys definitely helped my ass when I was a fucking noob. Most of those guys are, they moved on, I don't have contact with them, or like, yeah, I just don't see them. I'm just fucking old. I'm really fucking old. And granted that, it's only me starting in 2014 in episode 2 era. I'm not old like the alpha and beta players. Like, they have a lot more stories compared to my sorry butt. and they struggled a lot more compared to how I was playing in 2014. It wasn't a big struggle. Those who played from the alpha and beta, they could talk about how 9-star weapons were the shit, and they were annoying as fuck as a natural drop, and I think along with 10 stars and 11 stars. I should feed this thing. And then ECU says, on your time attack, PTSD, a few buddies and I have been running Tokyo time attack recently. It's pretty brain dead easy, to be honest. I haven't done that one. I think that's the only time attack I haven't really explored as much. And that was like during episode 4. I think they released it over here on the Japanese PSO2 before they got into episode 5. I'm not 100% sure. At that time, though, I was having issues with my laptop. And I started to leave the Japanese PSO2 a bit. King says, I do enjoy playing PSO2 with my buddies. Sometimes people forget to just have fun and enjoy the game. That's the key thing with any game. Well, any MMORPG. Like, yes, you can definitely bitch about drop rates and complain about like how you've been spending countless hours, you know, farming for the damn thing. It's just that in the end, you know, you need to make it fun. Like, I can be serious, but at the same time, I don't want it to be boring. Doing endless farming can take a toll on anyone. I know that it annoys the fuck out of me if I don't have a battle buddy. When I farm with some people, I joke around, I play around. Sometimes we do some stupid shit. I do something stupid. We just laugh. And also, it's fun to play with pals. I understand that you can technically play this game solo, but eventually you get to the point where it's like, you know, you want some excitement in that. Maybe you're okay with just playing solo, period. That's on you. But for me, I know that I can do solo, but then there's a breaking point where it's like, oh yeah, no, I need someone to play with. I need people. I'm not a social person, but I can definitely fucking say, yeah, I want a battle buddy. I want some things. This game did a lot to me. Like, PSO2 has a special history in my heart. Because this was the game where I started to be a bit more active in helping the groups of people, or just trying to go out of my way to help certain communities. I started to get a bit more vocal. I got out of my bubble, I guess. Like, there's one individual that actually got me to stay on PSO2. There was a time when I was a noob where I was getting dumped the game because it was... I was alone, pretty much. And when I was playing on Ship 2, there weren't a lot of helpful people. Or I didn't find the right bunch of people. What I ended up doing, especially as a noob, I went to B20. Big mistake. Back then in episode 2, B20 was notorious. Now, there was this one guy that kind of helped out, but he kind of did it in a douchey, jerky way, where it's like he would go to the final, like he kills a couple stuff when he's trying to go to the final area, but then he just waits there at the final area, doesn't do as much. He was just chilling. And then I, apparently as a noob, was helping the other two people who were noobs try to kill stuff along the way. So, yeah. My time at B20 was not a good one. And then I just started to think like, hey, look, I might quit this game. I didn't find like a group of people to play with. And then I bumped into the particular block that I will make a video on. And I stayed in the game, and I just started to get better in the game and played with these individuals, had a good time with them. But a certain incident also ruined that fun back in episode 2 and 3. I got a bunch of fucking history on my ass. And then Van says, never understood how people can play solo. Like I said, I can do it. I did it for a bit, but then I got to the point where it's like, oh yeah, I need someone. I need someone to play with. I can't do it. Yeah, like, it's... How can I describe it? So, like I said, I joined the game around 2014. We did not have those certain time attacks map back then in 2014. 2015, I think that was when episode 3 was around, we did have Hark. It was the easier one to go for, but decline orders were the annoying part because of the certain requirements. You had to physically go to each one of these different maps, and you had to get a certain rank for each one of these. So in episode 2, if you've seen that video, yeah, we had to go through all of those maps. The first 5, we had to go through both of the Nibirius, we had to go through Lilliput, we had to go to the Sanctum one, and then the Dragon Planet one. You had to physically do those stages. Because if you want your fixed income, that was how you go about it. And then the other thing is, the runs back then in episode 2 and the time attacks were every day. It wasn't every week. Every day per character. Now, I tolerated it because of that. Because I did my math and I was like, oh, I could get a shit ton of crap. And the other thing about episode 2 back then for the Japanese PSO2, stuff was super cheap. Like, you can save on your Meseta. You can spend your Meseta. And then you can enhance your equipment. You can do a lot of things. You can get fashion. You can get weapons, units, upgrades. And then you can save Meseta. Like, I had 3 characters back then. Oh, how much? I think there was like 6 client orders. You get rough around 600,000 Meseta per character. No, wait. I feel like I'm... Yeah, no. That was the thing. So yeah, you got that much. And then with 3 characters doing that, you get 1,800,000. Let's round that up to 2 million. So do 2 million times 7, you get 14 mil. 14 mil is a lot back in the days. Because you can get outfits that are like 200,000. Maybe 300, 400... 200,000, 300... 400,000. Then when it comes to your upgrades, if you're lucky enough, we did have old type grinding. That was a bitch. You could try to upgrade your stuff and you'll still have a lot of stuff left over to go for accessories and stuff. And some of the lobby actions back then were only 2 million. 2 million! And you still have a lot. Like, episode 2 era was kind of good in the market, but then it started to get inflated, and then things changed, and then they took out the fact that time attacks were an everyday thing. It became a weekly thing, and I did my math, and I said, I could have got a lot if this was still every day. So I started to... You know, I still did time attacks in episode 3. I just started to hate them a bit more, just because it wasn't as much, and... The alternative method of me doing a bunch of money gains was doing up fixes and augments. Started to do a lot more with that. And then, like, when episode 4 came around, I started to hate time attacks and extreme quests. And then episode 5, they still had those old methods still, where you have to do time attacks. Well, it was a bit nicer, because you didn't need to do those very old time attacks from episode 1 and 2. But it still annoyed me, because it was like, it's still time consuming, especially with the extreme quest runs. And yeah, it's just bad. It's really fucking bad. Once again, this was kind of a good perk for you guys, because you guys didn't have to deal with that. You got ARCs missions, which allowed you to do other things. You did do time attacks, but you could have went for the easier time attack map, spam it in a few minutes, and get out. Yeah, so here's the thing about Endless. I never done a lot of those. These 2 buddies of mine that are with, well, yeah, technically there's 3, but the 2 main ones, they took me to a couple of Endless and we were trying to farm Doom Breaks. But after they released the Evangelion collab, I didn't go for them. And then once they have... What else? Once they released new abilities as well from episode 6, I was like, yeah, I don't need Doom Breaks anymore. Yeah, advanced quests... Well, here's the thing. I didn't really do a bunch of advanced quests, because almost... The times that I played PSO2, there was always a limited quest going on, and I would do that. The thing about Global is that they didn't really give you guys a bunch of limited quests, which takes away some of the excitement in Flare. Because don't get me wrong, yeah, you can do a bunch of advanced quests to level yourself up and get a couple good items here and there. But the limited quest just gave you a different feel of certain things and just gave some convenient items that you can get a lot of, like getting certain abilities with that limited quest. Not only that, it just, you know, different approach as well to leveling up. You don't need to mindlessly worry about certain little things with advanced quests. Hey there, Zio. How you doing? And then Panda says, finally got my fodder ready for a 7th slot Liberate. S4, S5, Mana, Rev, Astro. So, Mark, I am not looking at my screen, by the way. Mark might swap for Phase Decay to save Mark. Precision 6 and Grand Precision. Nice. Wait, who's Zio? Yeah, I haven't done Endless. I might need to do it just so I can get titles. I am doing fine. Just doing, you know, just chilling, chatting with you guys. Doing some quests here and there. Alright, so... Doombreed, this does not give me returner, sad face. Yeah, so here's the moment where it's like you got a unit piece, but it doesn't give you returner. I'll take it regardless just because of the S-class ability, and I might be able to do something with this new ability. I need to toy around with that, need to stare at a fixed simulator. I'm gonna pick up all these goodies over here. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm on, well, I'm playing on the Japanese PSO2, I'm on ship 2. Farming the new Extreme Quest. Well, it's not really new now, but I'm doing the EX Extreme Quest. Wait, don't tell me. Hold up, nah, I feel like you got one. You got a Returner 3, didn't you? This guy's been getting Returner 3 almost all the time. In my recording, I think he said like a Returner 3 dropped, and I was like mad. So yeah, I'm kicking you if you did get one. I don't know if you did, but I'm gonna assume you did because of that sweat. Nice deal. Hopefully you'll get your returners if that's what you are aiming for. So what else can I chat up? So, if anyone's playing on the global version, my question to you guys, what are you most excited about in terms of the release? Is it the Scion classes, the fact that you're both getting Phantom and a Twal, or is it some other content that might interest you, like story or the game modes? Or maybe the new pets if you're a summoner. Some people have all the luck. Yeah, it's I only get a bit salty, but it's just joking around. Like, I know some people in PSO2 that, you know, if someone got a drop, they get triggered or tilted by the drop. Like, some people might get annoyed, like, hey, look, I've been farming for this quest for 2 months straight. And then, like, there's a pal of yours that's, like, maybe brand new to the game. And then they farm it. And they apparently get the drop that you want. And some people will get mad at that. They'll be like, you motherfucker, you actually got this. Like, I joke around with it. Like, yeah, it might take me years to get certain things, but I'm not gonna stress over that. It's like, good job on you. Good job for getting that drop. Now I need to get my drop. Sega, give me my fucking drop, you stupid piece. But that's RNG right there. King says 1 step closer to Luster. And then, that. AF says it's 1 step closer to... Oh, wait, no. I think I've been reading that wrong. King says story and new difficulty. CY says receptors. You guys getting receptors? Hopefully you guys get a way to get receptors over there in global. Not 100% sure if that's gonna be there. There will be that pop item you can get though. Fund the mission badge shop if they do release it for global, especially upon episode 6 release. Looking forward to the story. Story on ultra hard for me. Etoile. Okay, so like most of everything. Phantom and S-class unit augments. Oh yeah, that is a thing. You guys are getting 13-star units. That means you get S-class abilities. And not only that, 13-star units will give you SAF. So you don't really need to worry about some certain abilities like the... what? Might, precision, and... casting. Like, with the novel units, you can get a grade 5 of those abilities at 100%. The only thing is, you need to make sure that the particular piece you have is at the desired number of abilities. So if you want a 4 slot, you need to make sure that novel is at a 4 slot. Oh yeah, absolute glare. Now that will take a while, but you will start to get glare abilities. That's the only hard... well, it's not very hard, but it's the scarce ability over here that you would want to try to farm for if possible. Especially Dominius and Angie. Is it Angie? I think it's Angie. A-N-G-E. Like, every other Glaire's not that bad, but those two are. And I think Ford is too, which is pretty much the tank thing. 15-star animation. CY says that's the problem. Without certain receptors on units, the worst... they won't be able to replicate affixes. Yeah, that's my huge issue that I have with global. I mean, there's ways around it. It's just that will global actually implement it, or they're just gonna ignore it. Trying to think. Because the way we get receptors over here in the Japanese PSO2 is through PSO2 ES. That's a phone app game. I'm trying to remember if there was another way. Now, some of these receptors are cash items. They might do that over there for global. They might add some of these receptors to certain seasonal quests, maybe. But when it comes to the battle pass, they might actually add that over there as well. There's like alternative ways to do it. It's just that will global actually go out of the way to do that, or will take a bit of programming. Alright, so Panda says got Starquake rifle on my 3rd Persona run and had Trailblazer day 1, which made some people in my alliance rage. Once again, like you'll get some emotion out of me for sure if I've been trying to do something, like how this one guy in my party tends to get like returner 3s like candy. So yeah, I'll roast him and kick him every now and then, but I'm not actually fucking bad at him. It's RNG. Like, if you understand MMORPGs, if you played the genre, the game, or any game that has a RNG system, it's RNG. It's randomness. You just gotta keep on farming. It's like how you wanted a certain stat or weapon stat from like Fallout 4. Yeah, when I was playing Fallout 4, I had to farm 3 hours straight to try to get a certain weapon with the certain effect on it. I think it was like an explosive shotgun that I was trying to get. But it took me like hours to try to get that. And I think I was falling asleep until I actually got it. There's like 2 incidents where I actually died because 1, it was boring, and 2, I was actually falling asleep when I was farming that. But yeah, like if you're a gamer, you understand this is gonna be a thing. Shouldn't be that tilted. You can blame Sega. Look, I like Sega, but I'm gonna give it a hate and love relationship. I'm gonna blame you every now and then. It's like how some of the VTubers on Hololive blame Yago or Susie. Hopefully I pronounced the name right. But she does mention how Yago does stuff. Fuck Yago. Did we do it? Okay, we did it. Yeah, some people be mad, Jelly, but for me, you're not gonna get that sort of action from me. I've known a couple people in my time where they did rage at like certain things. One of my pals got mad that I actually got the 13 star like upon its release. Like the Ares weapon series, a lot of people recognized me the moment I got that back in episode 3 era. For one, I wasn't a stickler about showing off and saying, oh yeah, I got a 13 star and stuff. I try to keep that on the down low. But when I pulled it out and some people were curious about some stuff, they started to rage at me and I got seeked out by some of the big guys, big old teams back then, saying like, oh shit, this guy got a 13 star and crap. Okay, gotcha. I mean, wait, if you're looking for that for Dacia Glare, I got mine from DQ. I'm not a big stickler about it, but if I do need to farm it, that is some good information to note. With the quest boosts, it seems like they are a little bit more common. Buck says, yeah, but the drop rate is the rate of a 13 star unit. Well, yeah. Well, UQ is the rate of solid barrier units. I was reading the party chat that time around. Okay, gotcha, Panda. I like it when a team is chill. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand when some teams have to be really tight about things, especially if they're promoting themselves, if they're actually on top, they got rankings and stuff. Gotta do what you gotta do. Understandable if it's stern. But I don't like that. Like, I'll visit, don't get me wrong, I'll have connections to some of those parties or those teams. I personally can't stay in such a team. I'll definitely visit, but in terms of staying now, I know, once again, a good chunk of elite players back in the days and, like, teams that made a name over in the Japanese PSO2. Oh, shit, it's already fucking 12. Huh. I kind of had that sort of mentality, too. For a certain time where I was kind of stern about things. But then I became chill after, like, several incidents. Oh, damn, you can hear that in the background. Hold up. Need to do something. Doop, 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 doop. Alright. Alright, fighting Geats Masquerade again. And most likely he got the barrier up. Let me go back over here. And let me just pop the chat back up wherever you are. Nope, that's not it. That is bump. Hopefully I don't die while trying to do this. Nope, that's the wrong one too. Alright, so back to the chat window. I need to exit all those different windows. Trying to figure out something. Oh yeah. What are your opinions about this guy, chat, with Omega Masquerade? Did you guys actually do the game mode of his, or did you skip it, or you're not a big fan of a 1v1? What are your thoughts? Because you guys already know my opinion about him. Oh, fuck. Redheart says, made it to Death 10, made me a bit better ranger and learned how to use dodge mechanic better and iframes, saving the rest for a 12 to be honest. I'm gonna say this, you get to cheese through that with a Twal. Granted that if you spam certain moves a bunch, he will adapt, or force you to adapt. But yeah, that's actually impressive. I gotta commend you for that. There was a friend of mine that couldn't really do it on Ranger as much. Yeah, my pal, like, he's a Ranger main, but he doesn't go hardcore with his classes. Or with the game. He complains about certain things back then. Not gonna say what and who it was. But yeah, that's actually impressive if you were able to do that on Ranger and you got to stage 10. Because Rangers, they're important, but I am shit with Ranger. And I remember back in the days when people were very critical on Rangers, especially with Magatsu. When Magatsu was a thing over in the Japanese PSO2, people got annoyed if you did not know how to weak bullet. Actually, that's with a bunch of bosses, not just Magatsu, but Magatsu was extremely important because that was the way to get a bunch of X cubes. Yeah, if we get to end this, I can actually do some other stuff and just chill. He says currently on step 180. Damn, that's quite high right now, and I will say he has taught me so much about learning things with Bouncer. Nice. All right, we're done then. So once again, I'll try to organize some stuff with you guys, especially if you're playing on the Japanese PS2 to run this game mode. It's not gonna be that stern in terms of requirements. The only thing I ask of you guys is just to be level 90 and some other little snippet, but I'll make that separate video in due time. CY says nice. I also a ranger and at stage 30. Okay, damn. Once again, you got my applaud for that and recognition, because once again, rangers, especially if you're doing a 1v1, that's difficult. And you said you've been busy the last weeks. Gotcha. I still need to actually push forward with the, what is it? The death. I might actually toy around with a bit of it. And then Zero says, oh my god, I remember that. People got salty as hell. Yeah, they did. It was, how can I describe this? My friend was OCD about it too, because he's a ranger main. And they were good. They were good at making sure that they placed their weak bullet. Alright, so let me go back to the recording block. God damn it, Jake. So, Jake in that chat was Lubak in the run. Thank you, Jake, for assisting and helping with the quest. And then Arya said, hopefully I pronounced your name right, but been using hero and been climbing since its release. Haven't finished dailies yet. So I'm about to climb to death 270 today. I'm happy that I haven't missed a day yet, but at the moment it's more of a chore. It does get to that point. Like, if you want to take a break, I would say take a break. Or if you need to back away for a bit so you can enjoy it at a better date and time, then do whatever you need to do. That's entirely up to you, though. Do I really want to stay on point with that? I have no clue. Jake OP, please. Yeah. I feel like Jake does a ton of damage. I mean, Jake also did like a bunch of fighter main stuff in the past. ECU says, I have one ranger in my whole alliance, and he utilized weak bullet, but never traps. Did I do that in the past? I am not... Well, I don't know much about the trap portion of the ranger. I'm guessing you... Who are you? Hello there, person. I'm guessing you're watching the stream right now if you came over here. I want to keep that maybe. What I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna show off Saddam again, and I'm gonna breeze through that. Diminius weapon. I might want to hold on to that. There's gonna be a future video that's gonna reveal something for the Japanese PSO2. Jake, please, you're a fucking glass cannon. You're broken. You're OP. I just realized my music just paused. Alright, so 15 star, 15 star, 15 star. This extreme quest drops a bunch of 15 stars. So if you ever need diehards, you can go through here to get them. Oh wow, that's a lot of 15 stars. That's what, a good hour of running this maybe? It gave us rough around 4 plus 2, 6, 9. 9 15 stars, meaning that I can get 9 diehards. Oh, gotcha. So that's your character. I mean, that's the trade-off though. Like, if you're a glass cannon, you need to know your class very well. You need to dodge and stuff. And most of the times, I don't see you die in the runs that we did. I think it was... How many runs did we do? I did not count how many Extreme Quest runs we did, but that's the thing. If you're a glass cannon, you need to be skilled in invasion, knowing your iframes and your class so you don't hit the floor. You want to do as much damage. You are the DPS. I didn't check the SSA for the 15 stars. Might have some good stuff. Right. That's what I'm gonna have to look at. Actually, I traded in the 14 stars before then. Let me do... So, I'll leave it up to you guys. Do you want to see me go in this ultimate quest over here? Oh wait, can I not do this? I thought it reset. Maybe it reset in 12 hours. Or 24 hours. Enemy defeat limit. Nane! I guess it's actually... What's the Japanese time? I need to convert that time. Alright, so I can't do this. Let's go to Remnants. And then Red Heart says I play Summoner. So Glass Cannon. Ranger Summoner, so Glass Cannon, but it's well worth, honestly. That's a first. That's the first I ever heard of that class combo. A Ranger Summoner. How does that work? Yeah, I'm actually surprised about that. That's something. 1 PM Japanese time. Gotcha. Isn't that soon, though? Or did I miss it? Shit, I think I missed it. Oh well. Oh man. Back in the days, I gotta admit, like, there were a good chunk of weird class combos that you wouldn't expect. Or, like, you know, people just toyed around with and they somehow made it work. I remember someone just toying around with Ranger with Fighter, Ranger with some other things as well. Might not sound nice on paper now, especially with all the updates and changes. There was so many things that was unique about PSO2 in that era. I remember for episode 3, people were starting to do like Fighter Bouncer because people wanted to do Limit Break, but they also wanted to do the bouncer weapons like Dual Blades instead, or Jet Boots. And if they knew how to evade with those specific weapons, they could do a lot of damage, especially with that Limit Break kicking in. But then you gotta also worry about the equipment and extending it and adding some add classes to these weapons. Huh, weird, alright. Wait, 15. Oh, 1500 is fucking 3 PM. Okay, so... Alright. So that's gonna reset at 3 PM Japanese time. What was I doing? I was doing something. Okay, rare drop is up. Really? Alright, that's... I'm surprised you actually do that, King. How does that work? Or you doing alright with that sort of class combo? Like, some of these class combos aren't meta, or, you know, aren't well known. But in all honesty, I liked it when people were experimenting with these different class combos and it wasn't as fleshed out. Because back in episode 2 and 3, there weren't a lot of videos and guides talking about PSO2, and you had to toy around with a bunch of stuff. I mean, even now, there's still some questionable things and people are still toying around with some stuff. Like, the Japanese players, they know snippets and secrets and things that they already disclosed, or some of them they're not sure yet, or, you know, it's just certain things that happen because it's Japanese PSO2. And then Red Heart says it has higher DPS than Hunter, but is a little lower than Fighter, but safer than Fighter in my opinion due to heals, and you can cast Shift and Devs. Interesting. Jeez. Ouch. Yeah, I kind of wish they revamped this guy in terms of his rewards now. Like, he's so much fun. I started to learn a lot more with Phantom with this guy. Both rod and rifle. I might need to give Katana a shot, because I haven't really... I did play with Katana during its release. I was okay with it, but I didn't really go hardcore with it. I didn't really explore all of its avenues. I didn't understand its animations, its iframes for certain photon arts. I might need to go back and tour around with it. Actually, let me... Do I want to do that? The thing about... let's think about showing off its wall a bit. The thing about me using a Twal, I tend to use the wand a lot. Now, I might make a character who can do a Twal main with some other weapons like Dual Saber or... What was it? Dual Saber? Dual Blades or a Double Saber. Alright, you know what? Yeah, let me... I'm gonna most likely change the difficulty to stage 1 instead, and I'm gonna tour around with the Katana with this guy. He's gonna be my practice partner. Gonna show you how well he can help you in terms of getting good practice. Best practice partner. Actually, Zio, have you played the new Ultimate Quest? What are your thoughts about that? I gotta admit though, with the Katana for Phantom, it is flashy. I like the animations for it. Actually, why did I use that here? What I could do is just use this instead, and then start shooting. Oh wow, I died. Alright. Okay. Alright, so let me actually toy around with Katana instead. I need to toy around with the palette. Panda says, I am watching this, just trying to keep up with that PA you are using. Are you talking about the rifle? So, there's 4 photon arts with the rifle, but there's a little gimmick where if you do the rifle action, that certain photon art will have a different sort of animation. So, I guess this video can dive into how you toy around with rifle, and then I will toy around with the katana next. So, I'm doing the 2-click button. You can configure this later, especially when you get to class and when you experiment with it. I tend to go with 2-click because this is just me being an oldie. Right now, there's... how do I pronounce this photon art? Oh god, why do they have weird names? Alright, so I'm gonna be saying it by their action. There's this particular one right here. This photon art right here where you toss a small little ball out, or a little triangle thing. You toss it out, and you shoot. It's going... Actually, idiot, where's the fucking rock bear? I need a dummy. Give me rock bear. Well, if you're familiar with fighting games and you can understand patterns, I will say, yeah, Luster's... Well... Actually, yeah, Luster is easier. Like, but the thing about the Phantom is that you do need to have the weapon action for rod... For rod or rifle, you're gonna need those weapon actions so you can go into the other version of that certain photon art. Luster, it doesn't really require you to do that. You just need to understand certain gimmicks and things, but it's not that difficult like clicking a bunch of different buttons. So yeah, that's a good point. Oh wait, no, beating Masquerade with Luster is much more easier, no goddamn lie. Yeah, Luster, there's a video. I know that there's another YouTuber out there that does PSO2 content. With the new Ultimate Quest mode, someone was able to go into the higher depth of that mode, and they have Luster as their class. They beat it in like 2 to 3 minutes. So, Luster is quite a glass cannon. You just need to understand how to use it. Now, is it hard? I don't think so. Especially once you understand the different mechanics of it. And I think you could achieve a good chunk of content with Luster as well. Frozen free mode. Are you gonna stay frozen or are you gonna attack me? So, with this particular action that I'm using... Thanks for the breakdown, but most likely I'm not going to try to pronounce their name. I'm just going to call them... Well, I'm going to show the name first before I use it. So this one is pretty much a small little ball that's going to go towards it. But if you do the Shift PA with the, rifle action, then you can... You get something else. Van says Luster does a lot of damage just like Hero in my opinion. A lot of free damage. Define free. Yeah, that's a good point too. I guess I really do need to toy a bit more with Luster. Actually, no, I didn't feel that bad when I was actually toying around with it that one time. I might need to rethink my opinions about Luster now. Alright, so as you can see, when I do this action over here, what you want to do is figure out the distance. Because if you don't do it correctly, you're not going to get the most damage out of it. Like, don't know if that... You see that it only shows one set of numbers, and it's from the explosion. If I make sure it's at the right distance, you see that it does a lot more. You get that one set of number, then you got another one backing it up. But if I go back here and I miss it, then it's going to be like that. And if I don't, you know, have the right distance, it's going to be a miss. you also gotta be careful because this puts you in a vulnerable state. Now, you can cancel the animation, like if you decide to step away. But if you want to make sure it lands on them, you have to stay still and it has to connect. So if I was being under attack, I had to dodge and I had to cancel that animation, then I had to cancel it, and then had to use it again. Not only that, if you do cancel the animation, you do use that PP. Is Fighter good around this time? If you go Fighter Etoile, that's gonna be... yeah. Like, Etoile is so good as a subclass now, it can replace most of the classes that you would usually need Hunter for with Etoile. So, you can go Fighter Hunter, for example. But, if you really want to be a bit more tanky and have better benefits, Fighter Etoile is the alternative. Or better one. Triangle Heart, Triple Heart says, hashtag nerf luster. I don't think they'll do that. If there weren't a lot of complaints during luster release, they're not gonna nerf it. The reason why they nerfed Hero was because I think it was really fucking broken. But once again, I had to rethink my opinion about luster now since you guys point that out. In terms of the iframes, how many iframes it has and how easy it is to use. And it's gonna fall into the same opinion I have with Etoile. Now, overall, it's a good thing to have good classes, but, like, it's just overall... I'll have to explain this in a formal video. And then... shoot. Ahmed? Hopefully I pronounced your name right. Ahmed says, any tips for Phantom any tips on Phantom Rod lovers waiting on NA? So the big tip, once again, with the Rod, you do have your photon actions that come along with it. There's gonna be like 4 of them, and then the Rod action for it. But if you want to try to capitalize on damage, you would want to try to get crafted techniques of specific ones. Which ones I can easily point to... I don't think this character has it. Yeah. Actually, no. Migrid. This thing over here, you would want to get the crafted version of it. I think it's the one with lower cooldown? Or like a lower PP cost? Just so you can spam that continuously. Ilgrant is another one, but I don't have it on this character. There should be some article or guide emphasizing on it. But you want some crafted techniques. You can do well with the photon actions that come along with it. Like this thing over here. Like you can do a considerable amount of damage. It's just that I don't think I'm doing well with this character. Yeah, if I was on my other character that emphasized on T-attack, I think it'll be a lot higher than what you're seeing right now. Hold up. I'm messing up on this. Okay, so yeah, this thing over here is the continuing ball thing. And then you also get a little aura if you do the shift action along with it. But yeah, that's my tip for Rod user. If you plan to do Phantom Rod, you want crafted techniques, especially in terms of lowering down the PP costs. And trying to get a buff in that power too. So you can spam it continuously, like Phantom... There's something in the skill that reduces the technique cost, which allows you to spam so many times. And with Phantom, you might want to have a light stream weapon as well, just because or light stream trailblazer weapon, because it does give you a chance to regen that PP. Tripart says, with high PP, one can just spam the strongest photon arts with a Etoile sub, indeed. Oh, really now? Wait a second. I thought Etoile couldn't use techniques. Oh wait, no, you said photon art. Okay, never mind. And then Steffi says crafted radiant grants is one of the best you can get. I'm not 100% sure on the names of various techniques. What is grants? Grants should be the... Is either this thing over here with the light one? Let me actually pull that out. Actually, let me put that back in. So, if I'm right, it's this thing. Yeah, it's this animation. I think you would want that crafted for... Yeah, that's one of the ones you want crafted. And then there's this one you want crafted as well. This character isn't a rod main, so she does not have those crafted. I have it on a different character. But once again, you can do well or okay with the basic rod actions as well. That comes along with it. But let me get into details about this other stuff. So, earlier I was talking about this ball thing. So you can do that. The alternative way to do it is if you do this shift action for it. Actually, no, yeah. So that rod action, or the rifle action is this thing over here. Where you can charge it up and you can do a giant hit on them. It's like a powered shot, charged shot. You can use this to your advantage in terms of dodging. I tend to use this action to evade a lot of attacks if you can time it out right. Or if you time it right. And when it comes to the mark abilities, if you're not familiar with it, let me see if I can actually get it on this rock bear. You'll build up this mark eventually, and you'll see that indicator when you shoot it a bunch, or if you do a bunch of photon arts, you should see it. There are, some perks and traits within the tree that is geared towards the mark. I don't know if this rock bear will actually show it. I'm gonna shoot it until it does. I'll give it like maybe 2 minutes, and in the 2 minutes, if it doesn't do it, then I'm like, okay, yeah, this guy isn't giving it to me. Now, from what a pal of mine told me, I may want to try to get a certain S-class ability that emphasizes on your auto attacks, or your basic attack, which is what I'm doing right now. It's pretty much the S-class ability that gives you a 13% to your basic attack. Your normal attack. Okay, there we go. So, you see that mark ability, right guys? You see the purple thing? This is pretty much something that you would want to pop. Now, it will stay there. Like, let's say I stop shooting at it. So if I shoot it again, guess what? It will pop up. Now, there is a ring that you would want if you are emphasizing on these marks. The ring is going to be called Photon Lock-On Bomb plus 20. When you fight against some of these guys, if you do not have this ring, there's a chance that if he moves around too much, you might shoot his arm instead. Like, to pop this mark, you need to use your rod action or your rifle action. I tend to go for the rifle action. But if I'm using rod, I go for rod action. There's a way to do it with the katana, which I have to mention when I toy around with the katana. So, this ring will allow you, let's say you're locked onto his head, if you shoot at his arm, and you have this ring, it will count to the head instead. Like, let me show you guys how you can misdirect this mark. Let's say I shoot him over here. Now you see that it's on his arm. You don't want it on his arm. It's not a good weak point to pop. So, if I am locked onto his head, and I want to pop this. One, I want to charge it up. I want to do that. You can see that an explosion happened to his head instead of his arm. But when it comes to building up this mark, you just need to hit the certain thing an X amount of times till you see that indicator. And then when you pop it, it's going to give a bunch of damage. There is, once again, a certain path in the Phantom skill tree for this. Depends on what you have in terms of... depends on what you are using. It depends on if you are going down that route. And some other things is like, do you want heals off of it, or do you want to have a multiplier, a damage multiplier because you have gelling? With this rifle, I did put Phrase Decay because somewhere in the Phantom tree, they do mention, what is it, a slight damage increase if they have a gelin effect on them, or something else. I can't remember what the other thing was, but I know gelin is one of them. Neko says, Katana Phantom isn't weak, you have to do more work than Rod Phantom. And then in the SSA is an S4, it's called Calming Intent, but I don't know what it would be called in NA. Yeah, that's something you may want for your rifle, but once again, it depends on how you build it and your playstyle. A good pal of mine got me to test the damage out, and I realized that, yeah, like, I want to kind of emphasize on the normal attack with rifle. Just do this, and I'll be able to stack a good chunk of damage within that time. So when it comes to popping that mark ability, you have to do the rod action. And I think I just reset it just because I did that rifle action. Let me build it up again and show you how your photon arts do not pop the mark ability. So you want to... Now, I'm not sure on how exactly the mark ability works. I don't know if you leave it on them and you continue to shoot at it, will increase the damage, or if the mark ability is something you would want to pop off immediately just so you can get that huge burst. I would say pop it off just because you want to try to get this to happen consistently. But once again, I don't know like exact details. As you can see, it's taking me a while to even get it to have that mark on it. So once it pops up, I might want to pop it, and then build it up again, and then pop it again when it pops up. Alright, so you guys can see now it has that mark ability, it's glowing purple. What I can then do is if I don't want to pop it immediately, I can do like photon actions and just put more attack on it. And then I could just do this until I want to pop it. But once again, I'm not 100% sure if all this damage I'm doing additionally will increase that final burst damage. Actually, I'm fucking testing it right now. Let's see if it does. The last number when I did pop it was like 1... I don't remember what number it was. It looks like it's still the same number that I did the last time I popped it. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm coming to a conclusion of. Let me see if I can get that same number again. And yeah. So if you have any questions as well, like, note that I'm approaching this in a questionable manner, but if you really want to understand some things, you might need to just go into practice mode and just experiment with some of these conditions. Like, what happens if I decide to pop this, like, a bit later? What happens if I pop it immediately? Will the damage number be the same? No problem. Honestly, I'm just fooling around, just chatting with you guys. Alright, so here's it again. Let's see what happens if I just pop it. Okay, it's getting those same numbers. So, answer to what I've just been stating. If you see that mark, pop it immediately. So 1, you can build it up again. And 2, so you can get that burst. Like, there's no point of trying to let it last. Because the earlier pop that I did, it was roughly the same number that I just received. Daniel says, hey Morph, been watching your vids. Keep it up, and thanks for answering questions. No problem. But anyways, alright, so when I was talking about the shift action, once again, this photon art that I was using for the rifle, you want to make sure you have the right distance. You want to position stuff in a certain way. Because if you're not in the right position, you're not going to get the full damage. For example, if I'm like this far away, you can see it only gives me one set of numbers. If I'm really far away, then I'm not gonna get any sort of damage. But to make sure this photon art action lands, you need to stay still. Or, well, not stay still. You can walk around and stuff, but you cannot interrupt it. You cannot interrupt this. Like, if you have to dodge, you can dodge out of it. You can cancel the animation. You're gonna use up your PP though, and it's not gonna connect. Your action, your attack, it's not gonna connect. So if I do this again, I dodge, it's not gonna work. If I do this and then, well, it's not gonna allow you to use a different photon action in this animation. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can, it's only the step. Like if you step out of it, you cancel out of it, you use your PP. So with the action, the rifle action, if you use the rifle action, you go to this photon art, it will change its animation. So instead of getting this ball thing, you use a photon action right after that, you use that photon art, it's going to be a dash animation. And when it comes to running with Phantom, the rifle one is going to be this thing right here, where you're just going to run around. And then the moment you want to stop, all you need to do is just position yourself if you want to shoot something, and you just release it. Trip Hearts, is your Lord of Stone skill tree high? I don't remember, because I reset it recently, and I don't know if I put a lot of points in that. I know that I need to get that, especially if I want to emphasize on the mark. So yeah, with this photon action, it's pretty much an explosion, but with the rifle action, and then you do that, it's a dash, and then it could be a dash shoot. This can go through multiple enemies. And then Neko says, I think it's better to have Phantom mark on it when you pop Phantom Time, then pop it. But maybe that's just me. I did build up some stuff, so... Let's see if Phantom Time does influence the mark. So what I'm going to do is build up the mark again. Go into Phantom Time. Well, no. Does Phantom Time actually influence that mark? That's another good question. Yes, the Antithesis Culture SSA, does it also boost the S1? Wait. Antithesis Cultivation is a bit confusing to me because I was staring at it on my katana. I have it on my katana, but before I go into that topic, let me do Phantom Time. So I'm going to activate Phantom Time. Let me see if Phantom Time does pop this. I highly doubt it. Alright, so this is Phantom Time. This is like a special move. Apparently it does not pop that. How do I build up Phantom Time easily? What I want to do is see if I can activate Phantom Time again, and if I pop it during Phantom Time, will it actually have an influence on this mark? Yeah, that's the thing. With Antithesis Cultivation, it does not boost your S-class abilities, sadly. I thought it did because of Palamite explained that, but then they said otherwise. But I'm also confused with how it works specifically. I think it's only numbers, but even then, when I did a bit of calculations with that, it didn't look like it got doubled. Like, I have it on my katana. I would need to compare it with the regular Light Weaver and do some math, because I do have it. Like, Antithesis Cultivation is right there. Phantom Time only increases marker regeneration speed. It also gives 5 seconds of invisibility after activation, so you can use that to abuse dodge counters in some areas and bosses. Alright. Yeah, once again, like, if you just toy around with it, you can learn some snippets and things and answer some questions. I'm just doing this just because I don't have anything else to do. It takes a while for me to get Phantom Time, though. Maybe I need to do some other stuff. Alright, so let me show some other rifle animations. So, the next one I'm going to show is this one over here. The name is right here. Kugel. I feel like this is German. The Storm one. Pretty much the normal animation for it is like an AoE blast. You're spreading your rifle around. Very good when it comes to fighting or shooting a bunch of mobs. Let's get to do that. You can use it on single target as well. As you can see, there's a bunch of numbers flying off of it. But if I were to do the shift action one, you start doing this thing. Now, you gotta be careful with that one just because you are in a vulnerable state. Tripart says you hype me to make Guardian, so. And then Ahmed said, so it doubles the affix stat on weapons, but doesn't affect DS skill. That's sad though. It was. I thought it did affect DS class abilities too, but no, it did not. Now, I'm once again having a few questions about it because I don't see a lot of people use this. So I need to look into some actual math. I might actually swap this out just because if I'm gonna leave this as a katana, I do want the S5 of this SAF on there instead. Especially if I want to capitalize on counters. Wait, what am I doing? Why am I shooting him? Oh yeah. The shift action for this one is you shooting like a machine. It's you shooting your rifle, like straight up shooting. The problem is you're in a vulnerable state because you're up in the air or you're just stuck in this sort of thing. And it takes a while to get out of that animation. However, you do have some iframes when you do this. Slightly. Like if something were to, if someone toss a rock at me right now and I'm still shooting, that will cancel the animation and it will hit me. But if I were to get out of this animation and do that twirl, it does have a couple of iframes when you do that. If you time it right. You have to toy around it with it so you can understand when to get out of it. But yeah, that's a move that I tend to spam and use, especially if I have lifesteal. I don't have a move where I can actually hurt myself, can I? Do I? And then Neko says I use Antithesis Cultivation on my Liberate launcher with the plus potential. Oh yeah, they do have a plus potential. But yeah, that's pretty much these two Photonars right there in action. Now, the next two I'm going to show, I'm not 100% familiar with them. This one I like toying around with a lot. This one I'm still confused with its normal one, but I understand the shift one. So if I go over here, this one is pretty much you firing a bunch of lasers. Now you can have it as it is, which is those four in a diamond shape. It just gave you like 4 lasers that do some damage. But then if you go to the side, if you move to the side and you use this animation, one, you're going in that direction. So I'm going to go to the left. I'm going to go to the right. I could evade just by doing this action alone. And you'll see a bunch of lasers pop up. But with the shift action one, if I do a shift action, it's going to have this little orb shoot at my enemy. So it may not be a lot of damage, but it's continuous and it's like extra damage. So if I want to, I can summon that and I can just do a bunch of normal attacks. So you see that it's still getting that 16k damage, but I'm stacking it with my own damage. This lasts a couple seconds though, so the moment it's gone, I can do this and then I could do something else and do like some other lobby actions, increasing that DPS for rifle. With the next photon art I'm doing, the one called Straff, I'm a bit confused with its normal action. So I'm gonna do something like this. It does that animation. Actually no, I'm not confused with this, it's just that I haven't really toyed around with it. So in a sense you can imagine that as How long is this damn thing? I didn't realize it takes that long. What happens if I shoot? Okay, so it lasts a few seconds. Oh wait, no, I put it down to mine. That's the other one. Okay, so that's how I was able to actually beat the shit out of Sedan. I was using this move blindly, just a FYI. I don't say you can charge it, because it will still have two of those things shooting at it. Now, it may not be a lot of damage, but if you stack this, you got like 3 little triangles shooting at his head, and then you got me shooting at him as well. It will last a couple seconds, but you know, more DPS on top of the DPS. I should be using that a lot more. Yeah, I started to use these 2 photon arts a lot more than these 2, but in all honesty, I would actually rotate between these 4. So yeah, pretty much not that one. This one, the Straff one, is you having 2 little machines or triangles just shoot down on them for a couple seconds. What you can also do is put down a mine. So you can have that going on. If you're close to your enemy, or if you want to lure them in... Lure? Is it? Yeah, lure. If you want to try to lure the enemy into, like, a mine, then you can. So, that same, Photon Art, the Straff, if I do the weapon action and then do that Photon Art, it's gonna leave this thing down. I think this thing stays on the field for a long time until you replace it. We could just sit here for a couple minutes and see how long it stays. And then the Phantasmin Rift says... Haro... Okay, I am gonna pronounce that wrong. I can't believe you did a discuss... Oh, you see... I have certain things I would tend to stay on with, and I don't really explore a lot of avenues. Like, I do tour around with it, but I don't really dive too deep in all these different situational things. Yeah, so this is why I don't do a bunch of class tutorial videos. Like, I'm exploring some stuff that I may not know, or someone has to teach me it. So yeah. This is why I'm good with augments, but when it comes to any other things, it's like, you might want to find someone else or get better help. But obviously, to explore a class, you need to really explore it. You need to go through every little nook and cranny of that particular class to understand iframes or other things, and then get that particular feel. Really now? Alright, that's something I didn't know, for example. This is Phantom Infamous. Hey there, how you doing? So, if I want to, let's see what I could do. Oh wait, that thing disappeared, didn't it? So it lasts a good minute? Let's see. Alright, so that was a bit too close. Let's see. I'ma just crouch right next to it. Someone says 200 all attack. Ahmed says 200 all attack on each unit. How good is that? Well, it depends on what you are trying to emphasize on. I would say it's good in terms of using it as an all-rounder, saving Meseta, and having all your characters use it, granted that they have the right requirements. Like, all of my characters use this unit set that I have over here, because it does have all these giant stats. This saves me money because I don't need to go out of my way to make a unit piece that has a bunch of S attack, PP, and or HP, or make another unit set that has S. I said S attack. So melee, I don't need to have another unit set that emphasizes on the R attack. And then I don't need another unit piece that has a bunch of T attack. But ultimately, this falls on what you're doing. If you want to capitalize and get a bit more in terms of those certain attacks, like you want to go for 420 attack units of S, R, or T, or your melee, your precision, your shoot, and your casting, then you may want to go and dive a bit further with those certain affixes. This is just an all-rounder that allows you to put it on most of your alt characters, and you don't really need to spend as much in, you know, fleshing them out. But once again, this is on you to figure out how you want to play the game and if you really want to capitalize on that. So, Phantom Rift says, the machine gun PAU can keep shooting Shiva and you will not even die with her counter. Really now? Now I'm tempted to experiment with that. But I'm a bit afraid of doing that just because I hate her counter move. Alright, so, what was it gonna do? So that bomb lasts a while. I don't remember if this mine can move towards an enemy if they are close to him. But yeah, you can set this down on an enemy. Like, you can go up to them, you could put down the mine, back away. Or you can put this mine down and try to lure them into the mine and get have them take damage. Actually, did I activate that? Let me try this again. Alright, so there's the mine. It's gonna explode. It may not be a lot, but you know, it's like a mini mine you can use and capitalize on. So if I want to put this down, I want to summon all these different things. And then like just shoot at a distance, lure them to that mine, have it pop, put down another one, keep on shooting them, have my little triangle buddies pop up and shoot at them. I can. And then if I have a mark on, pop it. If I have fancy time, I can use it. So that covers much of the rifle aspect. Now, time for me to tour with Katana, because I didn't play with Katana for a long time. I played it during its release. I liked the animation and stuff, but I didn't really get into it because I leaned more towards the rifle and the rod. And because of you guys, you keep on wanting to know about the Katana. So, the Katana is different in terms of that rod action. You will not see it in your selection. It is a built-in natural key that you will have to do. So you see the rifle action is a thing, the rod action is a thing. The Katana one is already in your movements and your attacks for if you equip the Katana. If I hold the shift key, I will have this. If you have a certain mark ability up, did I pop the mark ability? Yeah, I did. Shit. So let me try to build this up again. Actually, you guys can't even see the Katana. Hold up. I'm gonna actually equip that now. Wow, that's actually pretty fucking big for a Katana. Now, I feel like Katana is the one that does take some effort and time to get used to, especially if you're trying to do a lot of damage with the Katana. Alright, thanks, I pronounced your name earlier. Ahmed. Thanks, Ahmed, for stopping by. Have a good rest, man. I will most likely end the stream soon because I need to eat. Yeah, the thing about the crafts is that I think they just expand. Once you hit it on a certain number, it's like the katana is just going to become bigger. Or the weapon itself becomes bigger. Yeah, that's big right there. Like, pulling it out. Giant blade right there. You can easily see this on the sword weapons. Actually, I feel like this thing is already fucking bigger than it's supposed to be. Huh. It's taking me a while to build up this mark. Alright, so let me talk about the photon arts while I'm at it. So with the katana, you got... I think it's that one, yeah. So you got this. I feel like this is fucking German. But you got this one. Pretty much, if you want to close the distance, this is the move you would want to do. Was that because I moved? Wait, which one did I use? I feel like I did something. Alright, so yeah, this one, you close the distance. You get a charge right at them. Oh, there's my thing. Let me see if I can try to get this at a different angle. No. Let's see. Because you guys can't really see what's going on when I do it. Alright, that's the other photon action. I don't even know if I'm locked onto you. Am I locked onto you when I go to this different camera perspective? Okay, that was a bit weird how my character just like... Fuck it. That's a bit confusing for me. Alright, that's the other one. So I got these two hooked up together. I got this one. Wait, what the fuck? No, wait, there's three of them. Okay, that's why I'm so confused. I'm like, wait a second, this is not like the rifle with the actions. I got three photon arts right here. I got this one, I got this one, and then I got this one. I'm gonna do it in quick session after each other. Oh, hey there, Tin. How you doing? What's up, man? How's it going? I'm doing alright. HHH says, well, I need to go, Morph. Hope you have a good day. Alright, see ya, HHH. And... Lade says... Yeah, Lade says, what would you do on an early episode 6 Liberator fixes? I would definitely capitalize on the S4 and S5. Depending on what it comes out with, or if it goes with a 7 slot or 8 slot, I'm gonna go for those desired slot numbers. If it's a 6 slot, I might try to push it to 7 slot and just leave it there. I can't remember what the liberate potential is. I might need to go back to the camp ship. I'll come back to this question later. How many God Eye did you get? God Eye? What God Eye? But anyways, let me actually do this in a continuous motion. So I'm going to do this photon art. I'm going to do this one. And then I'm going to do this one. So 2 of those 3 is where I dive further in. So this one allows me to go and to close the distance and do a bunch of slashes in midair and stuff. The other one is where I just like back up a bit and then lunge forward. Actually, no, that's the wrong one. 1, 2... I did not hit his head, though. And depending on how long that thrust lasts, it does additional... additional damage. And then Triple Heart says, yeah, high slot Liberate is hard since it only supports 2S abilities. That's why I'm kind of icky with the Liberates. Don't get me wrong, the potential might interest you. It's just that it doesn't have a lot of S-class abilities like the Atlas EX and the Lightstream. Each 15-star has its quirks and perks. Other than Aphistia, I do have an issue with the austere Aphistia weapons, even with the plus potential. But every other 15 stars, 15 stars from Zig specifically, they have some perk to them. There are some other 15 stars that's not from Zig that might interest you, but it depends on that potential and how many S-class abilities it can hold. Ted says, I'm good man, I did that a fix on my Liberate Knuckles that you suggested, but I added Grand Power instead of Grace. Good job, Anya. Alright, so you saw all these animations here. That second one is pretty much a dive down. If I can get back to it. So if there's an enemy right below me, I can hit them. If they're in the vicinity too, I am most likely going to hit them. Well, it didn't hit around the circle. So you can see it hit his arm. But there is a shift key. This is going to be a bit tricky to do it in quick succession. So if I were to take this photon art, for example, if I hit the shift key without holding it, note that if you hold on to the shift key, you're going to do this animation here. And then when you swing it at your opponent, it's going to pop the mark ability. Wow, that's actually high. Shit, that's a lot more than my rifle pop. Ooh, alright. So this one falls on your playstyle and what you need. The thing about Atlas weapons, the Atlas EX weapon, is that it's good if you're not comfortable with the class yet and you want a bit of a a lifesaver, because it does stop you from dying from a fatal kill. So if you were to die instantly, it will save you and have that 1 HP kick in. Lightstream, you would definitely want to get it just because of that little perk that it has in its potential. The PP regen. Now, there's RNG behind it. There's RNG behind it. It may not pop off if you hit low PP, but if you use the Lightstream, there's times where it's going to regen your PP and then you can spam a lot more, increasing your DPS. So ultimately, it falls on what you have and if there's a certain style you're playing. So if you want to emphasize on your DPS and you're comfortable with the class you're playing, if you can dodge easily, you know what you're doing, then you may want to use the Lightstream. Just because if you are able to get that pop off and you can regen your PP from the potential alone from the Lightstream, then you can capitalize on that and you can just unleash a bunch of photon arts and techniques. Atlas EX, they can't really do that with their potential. I think there's some S-class abilities that could replicate that, but with the Atlas EX, it's more of like, if I'm gonna be a bit shaky on it and I want some guarantees on a fatal survival, then I might suggest Atlas EX. Now, if we were to include S-class abilities, obviously Atlas EX has S1 and S4s that might interest you, because if you have a certain combination of S-class abilities you want to go for, you might lean more towards Atlas EX. Lightstream, they only have 3 S-class abilities. It's still a good number. It's just that you're not going to have that S4 ability. The S4 ability tends to be unique, and it kind of helps you depending on your weapon and, once again, what you're specifically doing. Okay, so that's a little snippet I didn't know. It takes 120 seconds for the Lightstream potential to be reusable again. Personally, for me, yeah, my answer is still the same. It depends. If I were doing Phantom Rod, I will definitely use that Lightstream compared to an Atlas EX. Now, if I were to capitalize on just the S-class abilities, like back then, I used the Atlas EX rifle, and I used that for my Phantom rifle. So you're gonna have to toy around with it if you really want to find a good answer for yourself, and just see and experiment with those particular weapons. Now, if you don't have both weapons, and you can only go for one of them, or if you have to choose one or the other, depends on what you're doing in the game. Yeah, Liberate. There's a lot of things Global's doing. I would say if it's easy to farm for, go for it. Go for Delivery, go for whatever 15 star you have, especially if you don't have one yet. Daniel says, S1 ability, melee, amp, or augment will. What's your preference? Explain what those are, or the effects for them, because I feel like that's the... What is it? That's the global names? And I'm familiar with the Japanese one, not the globals. Alright, anyways, where was I with the katana? So, this action right over here, let me do the shift action. So, if I hit shift once and I do this, I'm going to do some crazy animation. So, I'm going to do it without targeting the rock bear. if I'm gonna do shift and then that move, I'm dashing a lot. You can see a bunch of flashes follow after me when I do this. So both moves allow you to close the distance, but it's a different sort of approach. This one, you're focused on that enemy and you're doing a bunch of slashes. This one, you're gonna be going forwards, but all the slashes are gonna follow right behind you. And then, okay, so you guys are explaining what it is. Panda says melee amp is better if you can hit 200 attack. And then Daniel says melee amp is 2% at 200 attack augment. Oh, attack, wait, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, 200 attack. And then augment will is plus 5% each line. Each slot. Okay, so... 0.05. 0.05 times... Okay, so I know what you're referring to now as the Japanese equivalent. Trying to do some quick math. 0.5 times 8. Technically, in terms of... Well, no. Stick to what Panda says. Because the problem with you going for augment will is that you need to get 8 slots. And in all honesty, depending on what you're doing and what the weapon is, you might want to save that for something else, or... yeah, you don't want to go for augment will unless if you're okay with it, and if this is the only thing you have. But with the Trailblazer and the Lightstream, they do give an SAF of those certain melee amps. They got melee amp, they got the range one, and then they got the technique casting one. And in all honesty, you don't need to go 8 slots to get a good chunk of percent from that augment. So that is a bit friendlier and easier to toy around with compared to the augment will. I'll stick with that answer. And then Edo says Liberate have 23% damage is a good weapon. I don't remember the potential. I think... yeah, I need to start the potential again. Anyways, let me toy around with this a bit more. Alright, so... let us go to this shift action for this photon art. So as you can see, this one, you just slam your sword downwards. If they're in their radius, they will get hit. So if I do this at this distance, it will count. If I do it at this distance, it will count. The shift action version of this one is pretty much... what the hell was that? Was that a kick? I feel like that's me kicking my katana. Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, so it's something like that. How big of a range does this have? So pretty much... oh, wait, nope. Boop. You do have to think about this sometimes. No, wait, hold up. I need to get to that photon action. So it's going to be, what, 1 slash... no, wait, I did that wrong. 1 slash shift right. Okay, that was able to hit. Let's see if I can... okay, the moment I don't have a lock on, I can't hit him. Okay, so this distance here, you can't hit him. But at a reasonable distance, you can use this to your advantage and make it into a projectile if I can get my movements right. So if... no. So let's say I'm like far away and I... I am not thinking or inputting stuff correctly. So boop, 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 bah. And then let's say boop, 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 bah. Nope. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, so it's pretty much like a kick. Actually, is it a kick or is it me using my katana as a projectile? I want to like do this in slow-mo because I feel like I toss my katana up there, make it stay there, and then I just kick that katana so it can go forward. Or I just send some other attack. I don't know. I really need like slow-mo on that. And then Triple Heart says you can skip the first attack. Yeah, you see, my hands are having an issue just registering as I'm trying to think it out. Dark Ninja says you don't need to attack first. Really? Wait. Oh, no, no, no. The reason why I have to do this is because my clicks are different. You guys, I think, you guys might come with the default 3-click option, which allows you to have the your middle mouse as a button. Like, what I tend to do also is do the shift button as well. Hopefully that makes sense, maybe? Unless it doesn't count, but... Yeah, I'm doing old school style swap-a-roo sort of deal. Alright, let me actually explain it a bit further with this thing. Because there is a difference on how I do some of my gameplay. Like, a lot of people are going to go towards the 3-click. I'm going with 2 clicks. This was an issue when I was moving over to global and I hated it. But in all honesty, if you guys want to kind of do well in micromanaging your attacks and just staying with the up-to-date configuration, this setting is something you would want to go for compared to how I'm going about it. I think it's in control settings. Note that I'm also left-hand, so I had to toy around with a lot of the configuration. Is it primate? Okay, I said mouse and keyboard. So here's the thing: there's a 3-button type and a 2-button. I'm using 2-button because I'm familiar with it over here in the Japanese PSO2. I could slowly transition to 3-button click. That might be a bit easier, but I'm stuck with what I've been using. Yeah, like 10, you're using a 3-stop. Step, shift, L. Alright, let me experiment with that trip hard. If you have the Phantom Dodge ring, you can launch that kick immediately after a dodge. Alright, let me experiment with that. 3-click. I'm not step. Yeah, I'm step, shift. Yeah, it's not swapping that though. Unless it's because I also have the option where it holds the palette. And I just realized the music stopped again. Okay, I don't have that. I think if you're referring to the actual Phantom ring, I do not have that. I do have this ring, but I don't have that particular ring that you guys are mentioning. Alright, so let's get on with it though. Okay, yeah, you need that. Okay. I think that requires Phantom material, right? I'm not 100% sure on how to get it. Also note that when it comes to me playing, I do not have a bunch of rings on my units. I'm quite old school. I need to put rings on there, for sure. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of rings as much. I barely use them, but I should use them. But I'm just like an oldie. And then, okay. So apparently it does allow you to swap between these weapon actions if you had that ring. Note that if you've been watching a good chunk of my videos, I haven't been utilizing the ring slots as much. I just been like holding back on that, or once again, lazy, and I'm just an old traditional guy. Okay, so that second one was a kick. Let us go to the third one. So this third one, let me get a distance. 1, 2, 3. So the third one is at lunge. What's gonna happen is if I hit that shift, let's actually get to that. Hit the shift and do that. It's gonna be a slash. And guess what? That slash is gonna stay for a few seconds. If I position it correctly, if I was fighting against Rock Bear, I hit the shift and I do this, it's gonna stay there. It's gonna do a good chunk of damage. And then it's gonna disappear. So let me do that again. And then that's pretty much a good chunk of them. The only one I did not show yet is this one, Falter. There are 4 katana actions, and I will go to that one right now. So Falter, it looks like you're going around like in a giant circles. You can also hold the weapon action on katana. You can release anytime, or for damage, or you can give what? Give PP back. Yeah, I'm familiar with the weapon action on here. It hits a lot. Actually, is there a difference if I charge it up? No, there's no difference. So if I just swing it as it is, it does a good amount of damage. If I hold it, it's still the same amount of damage. And you can use this to your advantage in terms of iframes. I will be using the katana and toy around with the Ultimate Masquerade. Well, let me use this right here. So this is the Coulter action. Well, excuse me, not Coulter. Falter Vilt. And I'm just gonna be like slashing away, slashing away, slashing away. If I do the shift action of this... weird. Let's say if I'm over here, what happens? I think you do 2 hits, so let's see if I'm up close and personal. So if I was right at his face, this moves allow you to retreat. So let's say I'm fighting, and then I need to back away. What I'm going to do is do that and then do that. But I'm not sure if I'm hitting it right, because I saw 2 damage markers when I did that, or 2 numbers. Let me see if I have to put myself at a certain distance. Alright, there's 1. Oh, it might have been because I hit the shift and I hit him in the face and that back away. And then Red Heart says more. If I have a question, I want to affix 1 for 12, but I don't know what to do, melee or tech. I went for tech. Alright, let me get back to the camp ship. And then Swag says, are we able to trade units with rings on them later on? No. This is the one issue that Japanese PSO2 still have. So if you have a unit piece, if you have a ring on a unit piece, it is stuck there. You're going to have to get another ring, get it back to its max grind value, and max grind, and then put it onto that new unit piece. Okay, so I knew it was a bit German, because I was like, wait a second. I took a bit of German back in the day. It's just that I did not practice a lot of it. And then I moved over to French instead. Yeah, all of this seems like German words. This thing over here looks German. This looks German. This looks German. This looks German. 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 Oh, the rod action's German too. I feel like it is. Bit interesting on how they decided to change that up. Triple says, if you're lucky, you did that with combined rings, since leveling those up does nothing. Pure money sink. You can make a good profit off of it, thinking about it, especially with the fact that, yeah, you have to get new rings to put onto your new units. Let me put this into action, though, in terms of toying around with katana. I am not gonna do this at the highest difficulty. He's gonna beat the shit out of me if I try to do this at highest difficulty. So I'm gonna do it at the lowest stage. Get used to it, and then I might give it a shot at stage 1. And then Cruz says, okay, yeah, you explained that. Yeah, all of the Phantom Photon arts are German, except the action. The rifle action and rod action are pretty much in English, but everything else looked German to me, and apparently it is German. Oh wow, okay, apparently that is Butterfly. ECU says you can use the unit with the ring on a unit that doesn't have a ring on global. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean ECU? Haven't bought new rings for new units on global. I use the same rings on my Trailblazer that I had on my Officia units. And then on NA, putting on a ring on a unit doesn't destroy it. The unit becomes untradeable. Okay, yeah. That I'm familiar with. I was just trying to figure out what ECU was trying to explain. Alright, so fighting against Masquerade using Katana. I might need to actually toy around. I'll take the fight. Did I just got nerfed? I feel like I got nerfed. Actually, this might be easy. Since it's stage 1, I might need to go to the higher difficulty. My weapon in itself is just strong. Because this is the Light Weaver weapon I'm using. Okay, yeah. Now, I'm going to do this at stage 55. I'm going to die. I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm going to die, but I'm going to toy around with some things. That was too easy. Now, if you want to farm for cubes, you can do it at lower levels where you get a chance to get a bunch of cubes and some other abilities like the Reveries, the Persona Reveries, Persona Soul, Historia, and maybe Fabula. Naturally, I think... No. They added Historia recently. Fabula was the main one, but they added Historia. I don't know when, but I think they just revamped it. Yeah, I can't 100% vouch on how to toy around with rings on units just because I didn't toy around with the function as much. I did place it on one set of units, but then I stopped toying around with it after like I needed to swap between all these different units. And I'm gonna finalize my Crass unit soon. But even then, I might forget to put my rings on those units. Alright, let me see if I can test some things out. Okay, I do not have that invincibility frame if I do the shift. Swing at me. I want to see something. No, you're not swinging at me. You're shooting stuff at me. Stop shooting at me. I don't like it when you shoot at me. Charge at me. You fool. Alright. Okay, that's the step. I don't need to do steps. I wanna... Okay, that does not... That's not what I want, but I hate that move. I hate that move, because if I'm not careful, you could actually kill me. Okay, yeah, that does not have invincibility frames. I don't think it has invincibility frames, unless I'm timing it wrong. Did he just nerf something? What did he nerf exactly? Was it my normal attacks? Ouch. Now, I am gonna avoid healing myself just so I could make it a bit of a challenge for me, and to just experiment and see if I'm actually evading some of these things. Yeah, I'm still doing a lot, like, to actually evade some of these, I'm just doing the step action to evade them. I'm trying to see if some of these photon actions can have some invisibility frame. Let me go to this one instead. Oh no, I've been using that one. Let me go to the other one. I'm surprised I actually passed this. I wasn't even trying, but I passed it. Okay, so it got fixed up a few weeks ago. Cause like, when it comes to rod and rifle, I pretty much understood like some of the invisibility frames just by toying around with it. Katana's a bit tricky, and I have to just pay attention to it because it does have a bunch of flashy animations where it's like, okay, is it during this time if I can try to do something with it? Like, I could easily figure it out with the rifle and the rod, but the katana, I have to actually give it a bit more attention. I'm actually surprised I passed that stage, and it was at, what, the highest depth that I was on? So yeah, I passed it with 55, alright. It could be also the fact that I'm using a Light Weaver. Light Weaver is just powerful. It's like the highest raw damage that I have. Granted that it also got a bunch of other stuff that I put onto it. Oh wait, is Yo a lore guy for PSO? Or Phantasy Star in general? If you are a lore guy, I'll give props for you for making that content, because, you know, some people may not know the history or lore of games, or PSO2. And I like it when people explain the lore and go in depth with it. I mean, yeah, it might not be for everyone, but look, there's history behind a game. You want to know some of this history. And I'm dying, but you know what? I don't care. Do I want to try to fix this? Alright, let's try to fix this. Sliding has decent iframes. Yeah, like I'm familiar with the just doing step things. But I'm just trying to figure out the photon actions in themselves. No, I'm dead. Alright, so let me get out of this. I will have to end the stream soon. Even though I want to continue to stream, I need to eat. Something caught my attention that I said I was going to look into. I can't remember. Oh yeah, Liberate. Hey there, Lonely, how you doing? I like staring at these commercials, and just watching this one in particular talking about goddamn pants makes me want to get this. Maybe. Is it gonna show that? Or is it already gone? No, it's gone. Alright. So, yeah, this is another thing I need to point with how Japanese PSO2 do things. They sell merchandise and advertise that. I don't know if they do that over there in Global, but this is how they can get people to spend. And if it comes along with a certain code, you can use that code to get certain other goodies on PSO2. Apparently you get this title thing up there over there, and then that poster of Quana. I'm not sure if that is saying it gives a lobby act. No, it's that lobby action's been in the game. It does give the pants though. So if you buy pants in game 2. Or you get pants in game 2. Oh wait, that is a lobby action. It does come with a lobby action. It's PR5. That looks sexy. On a fucking female that looks sexy, even in fucking pants. I know it's not a fucking skirt. I know it's not showing a bunch of skin, but that looks sexy, right, guys? Yeah, like, Japanese PSO2 doesn't need to try as much to get us to spend. It's just because of all these things, these promotions, and just giving bonus stuff. Alright, let me start to deliberate, because a lot of you guys have been pointing it out, and let me just form a bit more thoughts on the weapon. So the potential, I do have a video prepped and ready for you guys. I just need to figure out what or how you can go about getting deliberate over there in global. Once I see the way to get it, then I'll mention and release that video. Alright, so Liberate. Liberate is pretty much boost critical rate by 20% and damage by 16%. PP consumption is reduced by 15. So, this is pretty much a good, well-rounded potential. And if you don't have a good 15-star weapon yet, you might want to aim for the Liberate weapon. The novel weapon, I do not remember what their potential is. Let's stare at the potential for this. So, that's not the potential, that's the, damn it. I don't remember what the potential for the novel is. But yeah, for the Liberates, it's going to be the same throughout the board. You're going to get this thing. And yeah, looking at it, you would want to get it if you don't have anything else. Or if it's easy to go for, because this is like a general sort of potential that is workable on almost all classes. Now, if you want to emphasize a bit more on critical rates, you might want to have other abilities as well. I would say that if I have this Liberate, I would want to get Mysterious Purpose, because this does boost crit rate as well. And on crit boosts damage by 2% and recovers 1% damage dealt. It's pretty much a life steal, and once again, that boost. The only problem I have with Liberate is the 2 S-class abilities. If you're able to add more S-class abilities that can emphasize especially on the crits, then you can get a lot in terms of the crit chances and crit rates. Okay, then Cruz says increase power by 14%, increase critical rate by 20. Still good potential to go for. So even if, let's say, if you don't have like an Atlas EX or Lightstream, you could go for just a Novel. And then once you have the pieces, you can upgrade it to the Liberate. And there's also a plus potential too, so let me actually pull this out. I forgot they actually got plus potentials now. Just for a good month, I forgot about that. So if I were to change it, I would need to go to change potential, click on Deliberate, and then you see this +1. The 20% and 15% is still the same. It does increase the damage though. So it goes from 16% to 23. And when it comes to you doing these plus potentials, you need those fragments, which you need to farm a bunch of divides. Now with the battle pass, they might hand out a bunch of these fragments before you even get divide quests. Not sure. Depends on how global does it. Over here you can get a good 300 fragment. The other thing is, like, this thing, you would definitely want to try to farm as many of these as you can, because they're the annoying ones. But that should be it. And then Triple Heart says, yeah, the good thing about Liberate weapons is that they have the same S5 as craft weapons, which are usually the most useful for the class in question. So yeah, here's the thing about the weapons, and this is just what I would have done in terms of a roadmap. If I can get this thing for free and I got nothing else to farm for, I would definitely go for some stuff. For example, with the release of episode 5, even though, what is it? Even though I would skip Atlas EX and wait for maybe the endgame content, especially with the rate that they were going at, I would still do Buster Quests just because of the shop and the star gems I could get along with the actually no, that's the big one, the star gems. I would be doing Buster Quests just so I could try to get the star gems, and since I'm already doing Buster Quests, I might as well get the other mats so I can do some upgrades for certain units, like how you guys got the is it Elvidar? Let me see how the units. So yeah, you guys would be able to get the Elvidar, and then you'll get components so you can upgrade that to the Cleasis, and then later on it's Scaval. I would go out of my way to just do that, especially with how Buster Quest gives you star gems. If you're not familiar with it, let me just show it. When it comes to getting star gems though, you guys are kind of lacking in that department, sadly, for Global. I wish Global kind of remedies that. And I got irked at how they released that star gem scratch without giving you guys a concrete way to get weekly star gems. Like, I would do Buster Quest during episode 5 and just spam it as long as it's being spammed before it starts to die off, and get a bunch of these Buster medals so I can get star gems. Now, I don't have a bunch of them because I didn't farm as much or as many Buster Quests back in the day. Or when I was getting back into the Japanese PSO2, I didn't even farm a lot of Buster. I started to move on to the higher content like Persona, Emergency Quest, and I think I did Loser too, but I don't remember. I wouldn't stress out with the Census ability. They might have a season of quests in the future where they would drop this along with a Receptor. Not 100% sure. And notes that the Japanese shops for Buster stuff might be a bit different with the global PSO2. I think it's the same. But you guys got that other shop, the weapon badge shop with Nano, the chick that's actually over there. You guys got the mats that you can farm, trading in those certain metals so you can get the components to make an Atlas EX. Over here in the Japanese PSO2, instead of focusing on the Atlas EX though, we have the mats that you could aim for to go for a live stream. If you go to the 2019 exchange shop over here, you see some of the 14-star weapons back. No, this is the 13-star weapon, the Humuro. Once again, I apologize about my pronunciation. We have these 13-star series, but we got a bunch of the other stuff that you need for a live stream. Or a celestial weapon upgrade. We have the detonation weapon series, the claw weapon series, the allure, and the Claria. And then also our units for the Ray is at a 5 slot compared to the 3 slot that Global has. But yeah, so if you wanted to aim for a live stream on the Japanese PSO2, the best way is to get Weapon Badge SP, trade those in, and get these previous 13-star weapons. The only issue is they're not at a high slot number. You might be able to buy it easily off of the market instead of trading in SP medals. But yeah, for me, I would, with the episode 5 release and them introducing 15 stars or just giving a sneak peek to the 15 stars, I would get an Atlas EX. After that, if it's easy for me to go for a live stream, then I might go out of my way to do it, or just do some other things. I might skip the live stream. They might give out free components later to make a live stream, because if I'm aware of Japanese PSO2, they did give out free weapons here and there during certain stages. They gave out a free live stream, and they also gave out a free Liberate that might carry over to Global, not 100% sure. But with that in mind, if I was playing on Global and I was trying to get certain 50 stars, I might skip both Delivery and live stream. It's nice to have though, because if you look at my video talking about S-Class abilities and how you can manipulate them to pump out more S-Class abilities and just shove it on anything that you need to shove it on, then it's to your advantage. But I wouldn't have multiple copies of these, and I wouldn't take a lot of time to try to get them. If it becomes harder for me to try to farm for it, then I'm gonna go do whatever I need to do to make it easy, or just like get something that can capitalize more on the Meseta game. Now, the Still and Puros. This one is going to be something that I'm going to be icky about. You can get this. This is a good weapon series, especially the Still upgrade one. It does eat up a lot of materials from Divide. The problem I have is how long will Divide last before we get the endgame quests? For the Japanese PSO2, it took a couple months. We got Divide quests, I think, when you guys got global PSO2 on Microsoft in the early spring, so in April of 2020. And then when it comes to us getting this new, or the last special weapon series from Zig, the Lightweaver, it was in the fall of 2020. So we got a good time period before they decided to change the meta on us. For global, it's going to be a bit quicker because it might take a few weeks before you get to endgame content, or a month. And you will need to use some of these components to try to get a Lightweaver, especially the Grain Crystal. It's only 4 compared to the 6 that you need to use to get it still. But yeah, it just depends on certain circumstances. So, in all honesty, I might try to get it still, but if it's like a must spam from the Divide quest release to the endgame content over in global, I might skip still just to get this instead. And with the future spoiler that I have for the Japanese PSO2, with their next update to their battle pass, this is going to become relevant. The Dark Banisher and the Lightweaver. But that's how I would go about it. Now, in terms of units, because a good chunk of you guys are asking about that as well. Units, I try to get something that is easy as possible. If Ophistia back then had a bad drop rate, I would actually skip that. I wouldn't go out of my way to spam it or even spend money on it. That's just me, guys. And some of you guys might not have been aware of how fast PSO2 or global PSO2 was going at. They do upgrade to a 13-star variant. But once again, if it's hard for me to get, I'm going to skip over it and find an alternative. You guys already got the Elvidar, Cleasis, and now the Scaval. I would most likely just keep that for a while. Or if I got my hands on a Lightstream, I would just use the Lightstream instead. Actually, I don't think you guys got Scaval. You guys don't. Do you guys got Scaval? Let me actually look through chat quickly. Oh wow, really? Yeah, that's another thing I do need to point out with how PSO2 run things. Like, old quests are gonna die because of new content. Justin asks, what are your thoughts about molecular manipulation and the work that IBM is doing in their movie, A Boy and His Atom, the smallest movie ever made? Can I give you any thoughts about that? Because I have not seen that. I might look into that though. On NA, we have the Lightstream Weapon Mats 2 with Rising Weapon Badges. Good old oh god, once again, I remember Block 20. That was something. Cruz says Global got a free Atlas EX Gunblade plus all the mats to change the weapon 2 weeks ago. And then Triple says, big warning, Still Series Exchange does not exist. For example, if you have a Still Sword, you can't make it a Still Rod later. That is important to know. That is true. Masquerade says, does the Rifle Rod and Katana still need main class EX cubes, or can they still be obtained by Phantom AX cubes for getting a Liberate? It will be able to use the Phantom, so if it says it's a Braver, if it has a successor class that uses that particular weapon, it will allow that successor Skyon X cubes. So if you were trying to get let's go to Katana. Let's say you need to trade in, like, it, you can see it on the screen. Like, if I were trying to get A katana, it will allow phantom X cubes. You can mix the two. So if you don't have a lot of braver X cubes, like you don't have the full 300, you can do 150 of braver X cubes and then do 150 of photon X cubes. As long as you meet that requirement of 300, you're set. Whatever approach you need to do, you use whatever. Crew says we got also a free 6-slot Officia set 2 weeks ago. Right, that was all from the episode 6 campaign, or road to episode 6. Comes out on Wednesday. We don't have the Scaval yet, but we got the Cleasis. Gotcha. So, yeah, that's why I had to think about it. I was like, wait a second, you guys don't have Scaval because they didn't really introduce the 13 stars. I think a couple of my videos I said you guys have the Scaval, but I don't think you do just because of that particular mechanic that I forgot about, which I might have said in a couple videos. But you most likely have the mats to do that upgrade. Yeah, they look like if it was back in the days in episode 1 to 2, even 3, it would be hell, cause there will be moments where you have to be very specific about certain things. Nowadays, you don't need to worry about it as much, but back then, it was atrocious. Especially with how, when it comes to unlocking some stuff, when you played in episode 1 and 2, there was, you had to do a client order to unlock Gunner, Fighter, and Techer. Yes, there was a client order to unlock those class back then. They got rid of that. I think they got rid of that somewhere in episode 3, but that was a function and feature back in episode 1 and 2. You had to do very specific things. And then there's also like the skill point one where you have to do certain orders where you have to kill certain boss with a certain weapon. So if you weren't a big fan of something like the Partisan and you were playing Hunter and you need to get certain skill points, there's a client order where it's like, you know, you have to kill this certain mob boss with that certain weapon. I hated that because when I was playing Braver, there was one for Bullet Bow, and I wasn't a good fan. I wasn't a big usage of bullet bows. I had to do like 3 retakes to fight against that thing. And I think I was just playing some copyrighted shit. I need to be careful with this crap. Cruz says yes, from Buster Crest we got a lot of Scaval medals. And then 10 says 70 star units are coming out on the 9th, I believe. The release date is. Yes, I remember those. oh yeah, I think 10, you're an old player, right? You remember playing back in the days? Or you played back in episode 1 and 2 and whatnot? Mouse Grace says, oh yeah, I remember that in JP. I also remember how terrible it was getting old types to new types. That was like the transition from episode 3 to 4. Panda says, going to have my Lightstream Trailblazer units for DPS and thinking about making my Scaval units tanky in case I suck at some content with Phantom at first. Alright, so where was I talking about this? So I was talking about Scaval. So you guys, if you did a bunch of busters and you got a bunch of the mats, you can easily upgrade your Cleasis to Scaval. I might stay with Scaval until I get my hands on the endgame unit that we currently have over here, the Crass unit. Now, this is just my opinion and my approach. If anywhere during that time frame I can get something easily, then I will go out of my way to get it. And if I was to spam something so I can try to get certain mats or components for other things, like right now over there for you guys have the Persona Emergency Quest. I know that I would farm that. Not because of me getting the mats I need to make a Trailblazer. I would do it so I can get the augments, the abilities that people may want to get. Now, they do fall off later because of those pop items you can easily get from the limited recycle AC shop or the battle pass. But I know that I would still farm it because 1, it gives drops. It's going to give those augments and it's a chance for me to get those mats which I can use and gamble without having to spend as much. So, if I get a Lightstream set while farming Persona, that's a good plus side because I know that later on in the future, there's going to be that 13 star upgrade. But that's if I can get a good chunk of those 13 stars. Now, I might also blend these different unit series as well. Let's say I get a Lightstream rear piece. What I'm gonna do is most likely use that for a while until I get that 13-star variant. And if I only have like a couple Scaval units, I might use those as well. I might mix and match. It depends on what I get. The Liberate, the Revelate units, those I might skip, but it depends on what Global will do to make it easy, or the methods to go about getting these particular mats I need to get those upgrades. Now I might just stay with Novels, but if I can, I might see if I could upgrade it to a Liberate. Once again, it depends on certain circumstances. If I don't have the official units, I'm not even going to try to go through the 13-star upgrade. I'm going to most likely try to aim for that 13-star Lightstream upgrade. And then when they release these Crass units, I'm going to go for these Crass units for sure. But that's my roadmap, or what I would have done if I was playing on Global. In all honesty, if I was playing on Global, I would be doing more of a market simulator and me just trying to get more Meseta. Until, like, endgame content comes around, and then I'll be like, okay, I might want to try to do this, and this. For you guys, you can use that same roadmap if you want. However, it's up to you guys to figure out like what you need to do and how you feel about it. Like if you don't mind, you want to be in that moment, then ignore everything that I said and just play the game as it is. Be blind about it a bit. Now, it took me a while to actually even get the full Lightstream set over here in the Japanese PSO2. It took me a couple months. I eventually got the full set, but then they released the easy way to get it in a fixed way, and it's like, oh, okay. And I do need to mention that. Like, if you spam a lot of things a lot of times, you will get that fixed method. So, let's say you don't have a Lightstream unit piece. Eventually... Wait, I thought there was an alternative way to get them. Oh, wait. No, I'm wrong. Never mind. I take it back. Ignore what I was trying to say. The only way you can try to get a Lightstream is if you buy it. And it might be a bit costly. I'm going to stare at what it looks... I'm going to stare at the price over here in the Japanese PSO2. It's not that bad for the Japanese PSO2. I can't say the same for Global, because if they're going to inflate it, they will most likely inflate it. I advise you guys not to buy it if it's stupidly high. Use what you can. Do you need to have the full set to, you know, use that 13-star set? No. If you remember the video where I talked about 12-star units, you can mix and match the 12-star units. There's only a couple of 12-star unit sets that do have a unit set for it. But each one of these unit pieces have its own uniqueness to it, and you can mix and match it. I would use whatever. Like, if I farm, I'll use whatever I get. Pandora says 8 to 50 mil on ship 1 NA. Yeah, I wouldn't spend that much. Even though it is manageable, I wouldn't spend it just because if I'm going to get it at a better drop rate later, and if I'm aware of what's going on in Japanese PSO2, I'm going to avoid that. I'm going to try to farm for it, or if I don't farm for it, I'm going to wait till later, or I'm going to skip it. And Intent says I started in episode 2 because Braver originally was going to wait for an NA release. Yeah, I joined this game in episode 2, so you're pretty much in the same boat as when... of all the things that I mentioned here and there. Red Heart says, I got lucky and got all 3 Lightstream at 5 slots. Good job on you. I don't remember what my original ones were. I got rid of my original ones. I fed one of them to make my Guardian Soul formula, so RIP Lightstream, OG Lightstream. And when it comes to my old equipment, I keep them. I don't care if it's really old. Like, here's some of my old weapons, the Ares. I tend to display this in some old demonstration videos, especially if I try to reenact the stuff that I had to go through in episode 2 and 3. Yeah, this is my old Ares weapon. This is my old Ares weapon. I got it to 60. I got it at a 5 slot. This was able to give me a good 155 S attack and a couple PP. But yeah, this is my old Ares weapon. This is the first 13-star I ever got in game. Now, to get it to 60, you need another Ares weapon. And farming for another Ares katana is huge RNG. I was able to get another copy and then I got it to 60. The only problem I have was the element. Back then, the element changer cost a shit ton because a lot of people want light, and I just left it at ice because I didn't want to spend that extra Meseta. And then when I realized what global was, well, the Japanese PS2 was releasing a lot more 13 stars, I understood what was going on in terms of the pattern, and I didn't like what was going on. And then episode 4 kind of capitalized on a bunch of stuff that I didn't like. But yeah, that's just me being an oldie. And the intent is because seeing the global trailer made me want to play the game. Yeah. I didn't know much about PSO2 until I stumbled onto the translator. It was by sheer accident. I was familiar with PSO2, what was it, in terms of the game, but I didn't play it during the alpha and beta. And during that time, I was also busy with like high school stuff, graduating from high school and then going into my university. Eventually in 2014, when it was just, well, after my freshman year, and I was just trying to figure out what game to play for the summer, I stumbled upon, well, I was trying to figure out how to get Blade and Soul. I wanted to play that game, but it was stuck in China. Then eventually I saw that there was a translator for PSO2, the Japanese PSO2, and I said, oh shit, I'm gonna play this because I liked PSO2. So that's when I started to look through some forums and guides on how to download it, get the translator. The annoying part was trying to go through that fucking hiragana, the Japanese characters, and going through that kappa. That was annoying. I hated it. But then I got PSO2. Alright, so I'm kind of distracting myself and stuff. I do need to get back on this chat and see if I can go through it. Hey there, Assassin, how you doing? I got my live stream units to drop except for legs. Hopefully you get your legs soon. Massacre says, yeah, we just got what? We just got it, so it's like millions of pieces. Once again, I wouldn't buy it. It's utterly up to you if you want to buy it at that cost. I would just save my Meseta, even though if it's like 10 million whatnot, that 10 million can be placed in like fashion stuff and account locking some small little snippets. Gerald said, I think that your name is Gerald. Nino says, you could trade in 50 void fragments here in Global for a base unit piece of Trailblazer. Wait a second. Do I remember that? I don't remember if you can trade in pieces for the Celestial or you trade in pieces for something else. Let me look at this clearly. Oh, okay, so yeah, you can do this. That's why I was like, wait a second, I thought there was a way to easily get the light stream. But no, if you farm the Persona emergency quests a bunch, you can get the stones, which then you can upgrade this unit piece into the light stream, which then you can upgrade this piece into what is it, the light stream, the 13-star variant. So technically, you want, if you really want to get the light stream set, spam and farm Persona a shit ton to get the currency. Once you get a bunch of currencies, do the fixed method. This will be costly, especially if you don't have all the pieces, but as you spam a bunch of Personas, there's a chance that you can get the piece to drop. If it does not drop, then you can start to do the fixed method to get them. But this is a safe, guaranteed way. Like, it may take some time, but it's better than spending a good chunk of your Meseta when you can spend it on fashion stuff. The thing about PSO2 is that even if you spam and try to farm it the natural way, there's that fixed method. It is the safe, guaranteed, cheap method of going about getting it. It does take up time though, and I don't know about your situation with the time. I don't know if you're playing the game actively and whatnot, but in due time, with that fixed method, it's safe, guaranteed. You don't need to spend as much. It's not going to cheat you in any way, shape, and form. Game 1 Hero was the worst. Oh, are we talking about like Japanese PS2 when Hero was released? I heard that it was a shit show. There was like so much stuff going on. Hey there, Harmless Kitty, how you doing? Yeah, you can buy the live stream units with I was trying to find that option. I was trying to find that option earlier. I just looked over it. I'm going to get the 13-star. Okay, so I think I left it there. So Masquerade says, I have a full light stream set, but I don't know if I should go for the Nova or just wait till endgame stuff, or should I just upgrade to a 13-star unit as fast as possible? Here's the thing. Like, you can use that particular unit set for other usage. Let's say, for example, you don't have all-rounder abilities. What you can do is make that light stream unit like an S-attack unit only. And obviously, if you have the 12-star variant, and you have enough pieces to do the 13-star upgrade, you can do it to that 13-star upgrade. And even though it may not be the end game units that you can use in like several end game content, you just save a good chunk of your money because you're still using the stuff that you got from back then. The only thing that might have cost you is just what is it? The currencies, the stones. So I would utilize whatever I have. Like, even though I might move away from the Liberate once I get my hands on a crafts unit, I might gear that Liberate towards a very specific thing. If I am playing, let's say I'm playing like a main fighter class, I might tune some unit pieces so it can give a certain S-class ability, and then it emphasizes on S-attack. So you have to figure out a certain approach. You can copy what I suggest, which is like skipping over stuff, but once again, it depends on how you want to have fun with it. If you want to take your time, you want to be in the moment, you want to do whatever, then go ahead and do it. I'm trying to at least give you guys some options and things to think about, but you're the deciding factor. Okay, so hopefully I read most of that. Redheart says, I'm just going to get the 13-star upgrade and then I should be good till we get crafts and I can get passes to even AUG transferred to crafts units. Yeah, that's another thing I do need to point out. The reason why I was explaining a bit more thoroughly with the augment transfer is because let's say you don't really care about the particular unit piece you have, but you care about the abilities that are on it. With the ability transfer or the augment transfer function, you can carry that over. So if you put down a down payment, good example of me and my stupid ass unit that cost a good chunk way back then in episode 5. This thing right here. This was prior to it being on this Liberate unit. This was on I think this was on a live stream unit piece. And I think was it? I don't remember. But pretty much here's the thing. If there's a bunch of good abilities on there, I could do ability transfer, move these things onto whatever I'm trying to do. So if you really care about your abilities, augment transfer will save you in that situation. If you don't, but that's if you don't care about the unit itself. Alright, girl, putting that out. Yeah, okay, so you guys were pointing that out, then I had to look at the look at Zig over here. Masquerade says, besides the terrible RNG and bad decision making, I'm afraid of the new Phantom Etoile players on North America. If Hero release TMG spam bad, laugh aloud, especially in Buster, they couldn't defend any tower. Alright, so this kind of goes into a future video that I will make, but this is more on experience and just the natural progression of what Japanese PS2 went through what the Japanese PS3 went through compared to global. I'll talk about it a bit once I catch up to chat. Yeah, okay, so everyone's like saying that. Alright, some prices in my lines. A lot of people are switching to Phantom on day 1 just because of the hype, but for sure they will switch back later. That's right, I don't think it's worth wasting any money on Persona triggers at the moment, since people will spam the triggers. Here's the thing about Persona. it's still a quest that you can do over here in Japanese PSO2 and in in-game content, so it has some relevance. You don't need to buy those triggers. If you want to, that's on you, but try to find someone that has it so you don't need to spend, or find different teams, go to populated blocks that do spam triggers. There might be a chance that you can sneak into one of those. But yeah, try to save your money. But that's just my opinion. Red Heart, yeah, most classes of people can't do well with said class. They will switch back. Yeah, we do have the 4-man triggers crew. I don't remember how many fragments they drop, but they do drop fixed stuff. I think the ultra hard variant drops twice as much, so it's 20 instead of 10. So here's the thing. I'm gonna say that when it comes to just how people are... What the fuck did I do? So, in terms of how people are doing things, the reason why I feel like a lot of people are complaining about how people don't know how to do things is because it's not settling in. It's not natural. Why am I bringing this up? Because you guys, once again, speeding through a lot of content. But the experience and the time you are taking in some of these modes aren't enough. Because, here's my question to you guys. Do you guys remember Mining Defense? And if you do Mining Defense, how many times were the runs smooth as fuck? Like, you didn't have a tower destroyed. Everyone understood their roles. Everyone knew what they're doing. Like, let me know. Let me know. Because here's the thing about Buster Quest. It's pretty much a Mining Defense. And over here in the Japanese PSO2, we have years of experience with Mining Defense. This was our main emergency quest that you get a bunch of loot from. And then also, or a good chunk of loot from. You didn't have to do it, but they started to give a good chunk of experience as well. Especially with the Mining Defense 3 and 4. But the only way you can get a lot of experience is if you know what you're doing and you succeed in each one of these different waves. Because the moment you die, like in wave 4, that's where half of the experience, that's only half the experience. Once again, Japanese PSO2 also have like a bunch of limited quests, but my question is, how well were your runs over there for Mining Defense? Okay, Red Heart says they hated Mining Defense. Okay, so Cruz says after episode 4 was a piece of cake. Most likely it's because of the equipment and what you guys got. And in terms of Mining Defense, they don't really go as high in terms of difficulty. There is one particular thing that's going to pop up for future content for episode 6. It's another Mining Defense, by the way. This one's going to be a bit difficult. And guess what? If you're not familiar with Mining Defense, this is going to be a pain in the ass to try to do. Alright, so here's the thing. Over here in the Japanese PSO2, when they released Mining Defense 3, a good chunk of players were fucking up with it, but it's because it was different, and people realized you could use AIS in those runs. And a lot of the players who are comfortable with Mining Defense, they already know the formula and the tricks to it, they can get shit done. Like, once you get the formula for Mining Defense, and once you have that experience and the knowledge, it carries over to all these other things. Same can be said with Buster, same can be said with that ultra hard version of Mining Defense that will come out for you guys in due time. Yes, there's another Mining Defense. This one's a bit atrocious because you don't have AIS. You have to use your equipment and gear. And the question is, how well are people over there in Global in terms of the skills and the gear? Honestly, personally for me, I hated Mining Defense 2. I think the only one I was okay with, Mining Defense 3. Actually, no. I was okay with 3 and 4 if the party know what they're doing. I hosted, back then, in my days, I hosted Mining Defense 3 and 4 runs. That can be gruesome. Now, was I very stern about it? Not really. A pal of mine was actually stern about it, and it kind of upset the mood for, you know, a casual run sort of deal. But yeah, the Mining Defense, they can be stressful if you don't know what you're doing. Now, when I organized these runs, I made sure that everyone knew their roles and we were able to have a good run. A decent run. Now, some towers got killed, but the thing is, this is repetition by practice. This is repetition because this keeps on popping up. You guys sped through a lot of this, or you easily went through this certain content, but it was not as much. It's like mastery on something. If you want to be a master of it, you need to understand it, you need to break it down in terms of basics, but then you also need to do a bunch of practice. Mining Defense is the one emergency quest, in terms of its formula and stuff, that will always pop up in-game. Like, you're gonna have to defend something. Buster Quest is like that. The one emergency quest, urgent quest that's gonna be added in Global, they will do the same stuff with Mining Defense. It's just gonna be a bit harder because you don't have AIS. Now, there's that counter argument. Nino, for example, says, what? If I run with Alliance, it's fine. If it's random, it's hell. That's the thing. Do people know how to do it? Like, I bet you most of the people that understood how to do Mining Defense, they came from the Japanese PSO2. Or they did those runs in episode 2 and 3. Because guess what? Those were the main emergency quests for those times. And I personally hate them, but once again, you get used to them. And you understand the formula breakdown to go about it. And that's something that global PSO2 people have a lack of. Now, obviously, you can build up experience. I'm not saying that you guys... Well, I'm going to refrain from saying that exact comment. It's just that you guys don't have a lot of experience compared to someone that played from the beginning of Japanese PSO2. And you might be saying, no duh, Morph. But it's just that it's on a wider scale. Because everyone that's just been playing on global toyed around with it for a bit. Or if they just got into episode 4 and 5, guess what? You might not have done a bunch of these mining defenses as much. It might be rare to see a mining defense. What's another? Deuce and Mother J on JP release Urgent Quest was also terrible. So, it's just that I feel like Global doesn't really emphasize on that. Just experience and repetition and practice. Like, yes, the same thing can be said with the Japanese PS2 with people not knowing what to do exactly upon its first release. But people will assume and use previous encounters with previous things and apply it to those means. Like for episode 4 with Mother especially, I hated Rideroids. I still hate Rideroids. Who the fuck created them? I hate them for that. I hate Rideroids. But in terms of the boss fight, it's still applicable. It has basic stuff that you can pick up. Same can be said with Persona in terms of its formula. The Persona boss that you guys are fighting against. But in terms of something like Mining Defense, you really need to get it down because that formula might carry over to NGS as well from a bit of what the Not 100% sure with what the trailer did for NGS, but just in case, you want to know how to run a Mining Defense. Because that formula might carry over to NGS, depending on how the head honchos, developers, decide to go about with their raid quests for NGS. But yeah, knowing how to do Mining Defense is just a natural thing for some people, and you want to understand certain threat levels as well. Because I can tell you, if a mining quest does not capitalize on map awareness, you're kind of fucked. And you know if the MPA is not map aware. If no one deals with those damn towers that pop up, if no one pays attention to the beetle tossing its stupid bombs left and right, and a tower gets destroyed off the bat, that means no one is paying attention. Maybe you yourself had to take it into your own hands, and you have to go and deal with these issues. But if you're the only one doing that, and the other 11 people are doing something else, then you're kind of fucked. You need to be map aware, you need to know these threat levels, but this comes with a bunch of experience and practice. If you're in a party, or if you're with a team, or if you organize MPAs where they all know what they're doing, it's gonna go smooth as fuck. You're not gonna see any issue whatsoever. The thing is, over in the Japanese PSO2, just giving a slight of a history, a bit of a history lesson. When I do Mining Defense, I would have this above my head. Ignore the fact that I said I'm totally not drunk. I was drinking one time. But if I was doing Mining Defense, I would have something like this above my head. Where are you? I don't think it's showing because I did something else as well. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I would have this above my head. AIS Wave 5. Why do I have this above my head? Because even though we got Japanese players who don't understand English, they understand numbers. And with the different waves, you will want certain AIS. Understand that an AIS is broken, especially if you don't have the best equipment. Those AIS can carry you, but you want to use them wisely. So there's 12 people in an MPA. If we were talking about Mighty Defense 3, they got like maybe 7 waves for Mighty Defense 3. Each person can use 1 AIS per wave. Now, if everyone collected crystals, they can make sure that once they get that second AIS, everyone can use the second AIS. But at the very least, make sure to use 1 AIS per wave. And that formula carried over to Mighty Defense 4 once people got it down. Now, there are some things that you need to be aware of, like how in Exoda, the red enemy AIS can actually beat the shit out of you if you are fighting it with an actual AIS. It's better for someone on the ground to beat the shit out of the Exoda, the red enemy AIS, compared to an AIS fighting against an AIS. I gotta say, when I go into MPAs that are bad in terms of mining defense, I panic just because I'm like, oh, we gotta do a lot of work now. But I laugh at some of them sometimes. I mean, if we fail, we fail. Some people might get triggered from that because, you know, some people really want to do a run and get the goods from that particular emergency quest. Some of these mining defense, they dropped good stuff or very specific stuff that can only be in mining defense. The one that's gonna come out for episode 6 over there for global, that's gonna be something that people may want to try to succeed in, but once again, do people know how to do fucking mining defense? Yeah, it's just that, you know, this takes some time and practice. Like, I can vouch and say, during Mining Defense 3 release over on the Japanese PSO2, it was like 50-50. A good chunk of MPAs were fucking up and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And it was a bit difficult. But then another 50% of the group, they knew what they were doing. If they knew the formula of like collecting crystals and using stuff, and once they realized how powerful an AIS is, you just need to have at least one of them per wave. Once again, the new emergency quest, urgent quest over there in global for mining defense, you're not going to have AIS, so you really do need to rely on your skills and your equipment. The successor classes that are coming out, Phantom and Etoile, they're strong. Etoile is brain dead, strong, easy, but still, you might have issues if people don't understand threat level. And I guess I can go into a quick spiel about this before I end the stream. So, here's the thing about mining defense. Anything that can instant kill and shoot fucking lasers at the base is top priority. Towers, you want to get rid of them as soon as possible. If there's a fucking beetle on the field, that Dark Fowls beetle, pay attention to that thing because you don't know when it's going to toss a bomb. If it tosses a bomb, make sure you destroy that shit. You either kill the beetle fast or you destroy the bombs that it tosses. This is a bit of a spoiler. Some of you guys might get angry with me, but this is something I learned after doing a couple of these, virtual mining defense. The Garands, you know what? I think I could show a picture of that motherfucker. Okay, so this guy, Garands, the guy with the 4 panels and big chunky boy, he can actually destroy a fucking tower at the highest difficulty. He can instant kill a tower. I learned that the hard way because I was trying to defend other towers during this one run. And I was doing fine with defending the tower that I decided to stay at. I didn't realize this guy, if you don't kill him like as soon as possible, there will be a point where he will use his panels and fire a giant fucking laser and instant destroy a tower. And I was staring at that guy and I was like, You're kidding me. This guy has a fucking hyper beam. What? So if you see this guy in virtual defense, keep tabs on him because he needs to die. If you don't kill him, he's gonna fire that laser and it's like instant death to a tower. And then Red Heart says, oh, the towers and Buster, cause no one goes for it. Oh god. High key triggering going from one side to the map to the other, and when you say destroy towers, they ignore it. You gotta understand, towers do hurt the towers. Like, I get it, there's a bunch of mobs, I get it, there's a boss. But the tower? You know how much HP it can take off if you don't take care of it? The same can be said with a stupid pimple. You might need to use a barrier if you yourself cannot get rid of it in due time. But these small little things, they contribute to it. Like, anything, like towers are a big thing. Anything that is abnormal and might blow up and destroy shit, you want to destroy it. But guess what? Once again, Japanese PSO2, we're trained with that. Especially after episode 4, people got the gist of it. Now, obviously, if you're new to the game, you might not know it. But people got on ball with, okay, another mining defense. Alright, we gotta deal with it. Like any other. But that's, once again, because of experience. We, on the Japanese PSO2 side, had this for years. And a lot of people hate it, but guess what? It sticks. It sticks, especially if this was the only way to get a good chunk of experience or get some other goodies so you can trade it in for X cubes. Gotta do what you gotta fucking do. And that's what we did. And I still hate them to this day, but I still use that certain formula. But the big thing is just being map aware and understanding different threats. Like, yes, mobs are a threat, but if there was a tower, I will focus on killing that tower first before the mobs. If there's a lot of mobs that have high DPS, or like they have just a high hit rate to just do a bunch of damage, then I'll focus on them as well. But towers, they can be a threat. Bombs can be a threat. The beetle can be a threat, especially if you don't pay attention to it, tossing bombs left and right. Exoda's cannon, it is a threat. You can deal with the Exoda later, but you want to make sure if it does hold out its cannon, destroy that cannon. Destroy its giant ass rifle. You don't want it to fire that beam. If it does, it will damage the tower instantly. If there's a bunch of threats and you see at least that AIS, Exoda, just trying to blow or use his laser, destroy that laser, then focus on the threats. Like, there's understanding that and just map awareness. Like, anyone, like, I know that there's some runs that I did where they understood threat levels. The problem is map awareness. Everyone was still on the fucking left side for one time. We got the blue tower destroyed one time because people didn't spread out. Like, everyone was focused on one side. You need to be map aware. If you spread yourself out, guess what? Anything that is unexpected can be stalled, hopefully. There were old videos on, I mean, I think I made a couple videos emphasizing on that, but it's fucking old. There were guides. I can definitely vouch the fact that there were guides talking about this, but once again, because Global sped through it, it's not like an important thing now. It's like, oh yeah, we did play mining defense, but now we're on episode 5 and 6. Well, what can you do? Like, if you only spammed it for a couple months before going to the new content, there's no point in backtracking. And in terms of mining defense 4 popping up every now and then, it's just gonna become a random rare event, rare emergency quest, urgent quest. But over here in the Japanese PSO2, we got years. So we got a lot of experience. And it's a factor that you gotta consider and note in the global PSO2. They're going at a fast pace. Once again, content is good, getting a bunch of stuff, getting to endgame is good. But the experience that some people could try to obtain is not there. It's not natural, and it's just something to point out once again. I feel like it could, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Yeah, this thing, I did do one run before the reset kicks over here in the Japanese PSO2. Apparently I had to wait for it again because it does reset at 3 PM Japanese time. I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow, guys. That's pretty much it for this video. It's fucking long. Roughly around 5 hours. I do need to eat before my stomach starts to eat itself. Well, it's not gonna do that, but it's hungry. But yeah, hopefully you guys got a good amount of insight from me. Use whatever you want to use. Note that, once again, most of this is just my opinion. I might do a video just talking about mining defense since I just brought it up. But yeah. So, thank you Panda, thank you Red Heart, thank you Van, thank you Crew. Who else? 10. Masquerade, Dark Ninja, Zen, Justin, Assassin, Kitty. I feel like I'm missing some names. Hold up. CY, and anyone else I was talking with, and anyone else who's lurking and stuff. Thank you guys for chilling with me, chatting with me. Had a fun time. Most likely I'm going to do this again. I will see if I can release a video by tonight. It's going to be talking about that new emergency, the new ultimate quest that came out for the Japanese side. If you're playing on global, you don't want to see said spoilers, and avoid that video like the plague. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Now, where's my outro shit? Now, I'm also going to toy around with that. I'm going to have like some intro videos to play, and if I need to go use the restroom or something, I'm going to have like that BRB screen. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace!